and ask the clerk to call.
Director Tremblay,
Here.
Director Santangelo,
Here.
Director Mulchay,
Present.
Secretary Kildee,
Here.
Chair Craven.
Here. Okay. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
Shouldn't it be showing? No amendments to this agenda.
Okay, thank you. Next is the flag salute. Please rise and join me in the salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next is the public comments. Do we have any public comments for the Camarillo Sanitary District Board?
No comments.
Thank you. Consent calendar?
Move consent, Madam Chair. Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Director Santangelo,
Yes.
Director Mulchay,
Yes.
Secretary Kildee,
Yes.
Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, we have more items on the agenda. However, our agenda will coincide with the city council's, and I'm going to ask for comments from staff, but after that we will recess until the administrative services part of the city council agenda. So are there comments from staff?
No comments from staff.
Comments from board members? Well, I'm going to encourage everybody to watch the CASA video on the virtual, I can tell one of you did watch it. The CASA virtual conference in August. When you watch it, you'll see why I'm encouraging you to watch it. But I also encourage everybody to sign up for the CASA virtual conference. They have a good agenda that a lot of people have already confirmed their appearance. A lot of good topics. If you've never been to a CASA meeting, this is a good one. The registration is very, very low. There's no travel costs. You'll have to take time out to watch the various sessions, but you can pick and choose which ones you want to watch, and you'll learn more about CASA and what it does. It is the only organization in the state that represents the needs of wastewater districts. So that's my spiel for CASA. Any other comments?
Can I just add ditto?
Okay. With that, we will recess this meeting until item 11A on the City Council agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Calling the regular meeting of the Camarillo City Council for Wednesday, June 24, 2020 at 5 p.m. To order. Let the record reflect that all council members are present. Are there any amendments to the agenda, Ms. Nichols?
No amendments.
All right. And there are no presentations. We have a consent calendar with items 3A through O. I do have a comment on C, but does anybody want to poll any of the consent items?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mulchay?
I don't want to poll. I just want to say that I'm going to abstain from item E, because I think it'd be self-serving to vote for myself.
Okay, so the record will reflect that you'll be abstaining from voting on item E. Anybody else have anything with respect to the consent calendar? All right. I just had a comment on item C, as in Charlie, on the finance reports, And I know the Finance and Investment Committee already scrutinized this very well, but I was struck by our balance sheet in this month's report. And it's a little bit of good news, actually. And it's on big page C9, and it shows as of the end of May, an unassigned fund balance in the general fund of about $17.2 million. And a lot of the money for the last 2 months that has come in for that unassigned fund balance, which was about just under 11 million back in March, was about almost $4 million in property taxes, as I understand it, and about almost $3.5 million in vehicle license fee revenues. So I thought that was, I just wanted to highlight that because I thought that was a little bit of financial good news, and particularly with all the hard work that all of you and staff did on this next year's budget, I wanted to highlight it. All right, enough of the comment. Do I hear a motion on consent?
Move the approval of the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion. I think Vice Mayor Santangelo has seconded it, so I'm going to say Susan seconded that. Madam Clerk, it's hard to tell sometime on Zoom. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Jeffrey. That brings us to item 9A on the agenda, and this is the Economic Development Collaborative Agreement for Business Loan Program Administration.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment before we start, please?
Sure, Mr. Kildee.
Yes, I did announce a few weeks ago as a private independent business in Camarillo, I will not be applying if, in fact, these do get approved. I will not be applying for any one of these funds, and I just want to make a public statement on that.
Thank you, Mr. Kildee. Anybody else? Mr. Molche?
Yeah, I'll echo that, and that I have, my family has multiple businesses based in Camarillo. The ones I'm associated with directly will not be applying for any of these funds if this is approved, nor are we applying for any kind of county, nor the county nor the city monies.
All right, and I guess just to make it a trifecta, my business is not located in Camarillo. It's in Thousand Oaks, but I will not be applying for any kind of grant funds from the county or the city of Thousand Oaks or the city of Camarillo or otherwise. So, all right. With all of that, either grant or loan funds. Okay, with that, then I think we are on the business loan program administration item, and I think Ms. Nichols, you or Mr. Winkler are going to lead us into that. Please.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Winkler has been working very closely with Mr. Bruce Stensley of the Economic Development Collaborative, so he'll be presenting this item.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Tremblay and council members. Tonight we're going to present on the loan program, which we brought to council for guidance on June 10th. So tonight we're going to talk about a professional services agreement with the Economic Development Collaborative of Ventura County for services associated with administering a business loan program on behalf of the city of Camarillo in the amount of $990,000 for the duration. So, thank you, John. Okay, so on June 10th, we received council guidance to move forward with a $1 million small business assistance loan program. The loans for the businesses that apply for this will be in the amount of $10,000 to $50,000. And the council also gave guidance on creating a sustainable revolving loan fund. Next slide, please. Okay, so the city's investment of loan capital for year one is $300,000, and year two it's $225,000. Year 3, another $225,000. Year 4, another $225,000. That brings our total up to $975,000. Next slide, please. So after that, the loan capital will be $250,000 thereafter for year-over-year investment to our local businesses. Next slide. So how much does it cost for the EDC to administer this fund? In year 1, that's $15,000. And after that, they will be taking or being paid from the interest on earnings of the loan fund balance, not to exceed the amounts you see on the screen. So year 2, $15,000. Year 3, another $20,000. Year 4, $25,000. And year 5, $30,000. And that's where it would cap. So yes, as you can see, our total out-of-pocket expenses are $990,000, and then after that, they'll be taking their payment through the interest on the loan fund. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the eligibility for a business to apply for the loan. So the business must be less than 25 full-time employees, and also would have an annual revenue of less than $5 million. And there is a portion of the contract which does identify that we can make exceptions as we see fit as well. Next slide. So eligible uses of our loans are for working capital for businesses, for equipment purchases, or other business expenses. Next slide. Ineligible uses are casinos, nightclubs, or other illegal activities. Loans for the purpose of lending or investing are not allowed, and also loans that create a conflict of interest for any members of the city council or any employees are not allowed. So the term rate and guarantee are listed on the screen. So the term of the loan are not to exceed 6 years. The interest rate is at 4.25%, as mentioned in the prior meeting, and these are guaranteed up to 95% through California iBank. So if a business were to default on their loans, the city would be able to recoup those funds through that guarantee. What was not included in the last presentation was a consideration for a special economic recovery loan. This is something that the EDC has brought to our attention as a great option for businesses that are truly struggling right now. This would allow the business to pay for only the interest on the loan for the first 6 months, so they would have a lower monthly payment. So the process for the loan is the business applies, then the loan program director analyzes the loan request. After that, the loan board reviews the loan. After that, it's approved by a majority vote. And then the loan program director will prepare a commitment letter. After that, the business has to accept the terms, and then the program director will draw up loan documentation. Finally, the loan disbursement will take place upon completion and signature. Next slide. So the suggested council action is to authorize the interim city manager to execute the agreement number 2020-60 for a $975,000 business loan program administered by the Economic Development Collaborative through June 30th of 2025, with the compensation of $15,000 for the fiscal year 2020-2021 services, and with the subsequent compensation to be made from the proceeds of loan payments as indicated as you see on the screen. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Winkler. Do any members of the council have questions for Mr. Winkler? I can't see I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Susan, followed by Charlotte.
Thank you. Okay. Is any of the eligibility dependent on where the business is located? They have to have a license in Camarillo or be located in Camarillo?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then who is on the loan board? How many names are they from the EDC?
So I know there's some professional commercial bankers on the board. Is Bruce on the line? Okay, Bruce is not on the call right now. So there are professional bankers and some industry leaders. I'm not 100% sure exactly who is on the board at this time.
Okay, but nobody from the city?
Nobody from the city, no.
Okay. And so the exceptions, you mentioned that there could be some exceptions to the eligibility?
Yeah, so
that would be
the acceptance would be for like the range of loans, for instance. So we had $10,000 to $50,000, but in some cases a manufacturer may come in and request $75,000, and the EDC tends to allow a little flexibility with that, and with our approval, of course.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Mrs. Craven?
Yeah, I had two things I wanted to ask about, and I want to ask another one about the exceptions, because both times you said with our approval. Who is our?
So that is, I believe it's staff approval.
City staff?
Yes.
Okay. I got this afternoon, and I had a committee meeting and didn't have a chance to read it, so
No problem.
I guess maybe that's why I'm asking.
Councilmember Craven, and so that approval then, if the council approves it, that approval would be done through the city manager. So that would be delegated to the city manager by the city council.
Okay, thank you. And that approval would be after all of the other eligibility stuff had been looked at very carefully by the loan committee. Then it came to the city manager as the and process. How does that work?
Yeah, so
That's correct. So, go ahead. Go ahead.
you're good, Carmen.
Councilmember Craven, to answer your question, yes. So the application would be reviewed, and it would be a recommendation then to the city manager for approval. So if the exception comes beyond that range that Mr. Winkler mentioned, then Mr. Sensley would then provide, after it's gone through the review, then would provide that recommendation to the city manager and receive his approval.
Okay, thank you. And then you talked about the economic recovery loans. Those are part of the total amount of loans. They're just in a different category so that the interest rate is, they only pay interest for the first 6 months, but it's still part of it's not a different type of loan.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct. It's the same sort of loan program. What had been discussed in the prior sessions was the 4.25% interest loans. And so basically, when we went through the contract with the EDC, we found that to be more equitable, or actually our intention really initially was to focus on economic recovery with the loan program. So we wanted to make that apparent in the professional services agreement. So with the initial intention of the loans is to help aid in economic recovery, we decided that it would be an excellent choice for businesses to have a little bit of flexibility with the payment in the beginning. So it's not a one-size-fits-all approach, and so not every business will be eligible for the interest-only option. This is up to the loan program director at the EDC to determine if it makes sense for the business. Once they've vetted the company and they feel comfortable that they can proceed with that payment structure, then they would move forward with the interest only for 6 months.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Other questions for George? Mr. Mulchay.
Thank you, George. For the eligibility criteria, 25 full-time employees, that would be up to 25 FTEs, full-time equivalent?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so if it's a restaurant, they have, say, 40 part part-time employees, as long as those 40 still meet the 25 FTE, then they'd be within that range. They wouldn't require an exception.
Yes.
Okay. And the iBank, the 95% guarantee, is that only to the original principal of the loan, or do they guarantee up to 95% of whatever the remaining principal is if there's in fact a default?
Did Bruce pop in yet, by any chance? No. Okay. I am not 100% sure on the answer to that question. Councilmember Molche, apologize.
That's okay. I see that most of the language just says they'll secure up to 95% of a loan that is issued. So I presume that is principal. You know, they're not going to pay you the interest payments. They're not going to assume the loan, but they'll make sure that you get 95% of your principal back, I presume?
That's what I believe to be correct. Yes.
Okay. And then Susan got my question about Camarillo-based businesses, but in terms of eligibility, this money can be used for people who are starting up a business, people who are expanding a business, or an existing business that's moving here and wants to build out a location. All those things would be eligible. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As long as they meet the eligibility requirements that you otherwise outlined.
Yeah, the eligibility is pretty loose for these loans, and the main intention is to first, like I said, help with recovery, but then to help stimulate with economic development. So creating jobs, supporting business expansion and growth, and so on.
And iBank will secure, they'll offer that 95% regardless of which bucket you fall into. Is the 95% only for those who are seeking relief from the COVID-19 fallout, or is it also for all kind of economic development?
It would be for any of the loans approved in this program.
Okay. All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, George, how did they land on the 4.25% interest? Do you know how
Yeah, that's
collaborative landed on it?
That's how we landed with the iBank guarantee. They only guarantee loans at that interest rate.
Okay, so that's got to be the interest rate that they will use as their loan. In other words, there's no flexibility on that rate.
Yes.
I mean, that's a fairly decent rate. It's not an outstanding rate, but it's fairly decent. Is it a fixed rate or is it a variable?
It is a fixed rate. And keep in mind that the businesses that apply for this loan will have to be denied by a traditional bank beforehand. So 4.25% interest rate is exceptional for a non-bankable business.
Yeah, in that respect, yes, you're absolutely right on that. So as far as it a 93010 and a 93012 zip code, we're talking about a Camarillo business.
We haven't determined an exact zip code, but that will be up to us to review on a case-by-case basis. The main consideration we'll have is it in a boundary of the city of Camarillo or not?
And we will have jurisdiction on how we're going to go about that, as far as if we're going to use a zip code or if we're going to use a business license fee or any of the other criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. We're part of the process and the initial process. It's a discussion between the EDC and the city staff, and we'll be able to determine if the business is in city boundaries using our business tax database.
Okay.
Well, I know this will surprise you all, but I have no questions, and that's because several of you have already asked my questions, so thank you.
I'll move the approval.
Just a minute, Sharon, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure. Jeffrey, is there any public comment on this item?
Not for this item.
Not for this item. All right, Mrs. Craven?
I'll move the approval.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right. That brings us then to item, I'm also looking at the clock. I think, Ms. Nichols, we want to head into closed session about 5:45 this evening. Is that right?
Yeah, that would be fine. And if we go over that time frame, that would be okay. We have a shorter closed session than I thought originally when the agenda was composed. So we should be fine, even if we have to go up to 6 o'clock.
Okay. I'm keeping my eye on two different clocks here, so I want to make sure we're doing okay. Then let's go to item 9B for Ventura County Community Foundation Agreement for Business Assistance Grant Program Administration. Mr. Winkler?
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so Mayor and council members, once again, we met on June 10th to discuss a loan and grant program. So we received guidance from the council on the grant program to be administered by the Ventura County Community Foundation in alignment with the county's recovery grant. So we received guidance to proceed with $1 million to be allocated to Camarillo's Small Business Assistance Grant Program. Council's suggestion for $5,000 to be granted to individual business recipients was heard. We also heard various comments from council regarding allocations and how to prioritize them. We heard women-owned and minority-owned businesses we were interested in prioritizing those, and we also discussed prioritizing those who did not receive federal aid from the Paycheck Protection Program and the Economic Injury Disaster Loans. And we also chose what was called Option B in the June 10th Council, and that would be to distribute to the Camarillo businesses who did not receive county grant funding. Now, the county has 2 waves of grant funding, and where we're falling into that with the city of Camarillo is after the first wave. So the first wave through the county, they will select businesses throughout the county, and those in Camarillo that were not selected through the first wave would fall into this grant program that we're proposing tonight. The second wave of county grant funding has no date determined. The Board of Supervisors will be reviewing the county grant program in August and may come to the conclusion that they have different parameters that they would like to proceed with in the future. However, we are not aware of those at this time or the date of that launch. So our goal is to create this grant program which gets emergency funding to our local businesses as fast as possible. So the current eligibility, this is for the county grant program, and so we're using the same sign-up form for the grant program from the county. So all of our parameters have to fall in alignment with the county's parameters. We can be a little more specific on certain things, which we'll get into on the next slide. But the county has businesses or nonprofits in Ventura County are eligible. The business or nonprofit must be in business before March 17th. We're also proposing that one. The annual gross revenue has to be between $25,000 and $2 million in 2019. We're also following in alignment with that. The business or nonprofit has to be registered on VC Reopens, and that's part of the reopening process. Any business that is open right now should have registered or self-attested on the VC Reopens that they're following all the guidance from the county and the state on reopening and to prevent the COVID expansion. And so the next item is also for nonprofit organizations specifically, they must have a 501c3 designation. And apologies on the typo on the last sentence. Further exclusions are listed on their website, which is rapidresponsevc.org. And there's an extensive list of ineligible business types, typically because of the illegal activities of the business. So the proposed city eligibility is we would like to say that nonprofit organizations and home-based businesses are ineligible for our grant program. The business must have a current City of Camarillo business tax license. The business must have a physical location within the city in which the business is transacting, such as a brick and mortar business. And for instances where multiple independent contractors work in the same location, such as salons and other personal services, real estate offices, and other offices, only the primary business owner of the brick and mortar business would be eligible. That would make sure that we can have as many businesses get the grant as possible without being unfair to a particular location. Okay, so we talked about prioritizing allocations via an algorithm in the June 10th session. And these are proposed allocations, and we could rearrange these in whatever configuration the council would desire. But based upon the county's configurations, they're giving about the first 25% to women-owned or minority-owned businesses. And so we're following that pattern. And also their second tier is going to be women-owned businesses or minority-owned businesses in disadvantaged communities. Camarillo is not considered a disadvantaged community, so that would cut us out of the county's grant program for that second tier. And then their third tier would open up to all the remaining businesses. So we're kind of doing something similar. But on our second tier, we're going out to those businesses who did not receive federal guidance or assistance through the Paycheck Protection Program or economic injury disaster loans. And then the third tier would go out to the remaining eligible businesses in Camarillo. Next slide. So the timeline for the disbursement of funds is as follows. So beginning today, the county has opened up the application process. And so since we're using the same form, once or if council approves, we will immediately begin accepting applications. In fact, we will have accepted applications, and those applications that were taken this morning from Camarillo will be included in our grant program as well. So July 8th is the end date for the application period, and at that point in time, they will begin evaluating applications. On July 21st, the county will conduct their initial lottery for eligible applicants using the priority weighting algorithm that they've selected. On July 24th, they have a special oversight committee which will review the applications for eligibility. And on August 12th, they will mail out their checks. So since we're waiting for our process to look at who is selected through the county, we are just right behind that. And the promise from the VCCF is that by September 15th, all of the money will be issued. So $5,000 checks will be issued to 200 Camarillo businesses. And they could be faster than that, but that's their promise. So as mentioned, how do businesses register? You can go to rapidresponsevc.com, and the application is online now. You'll see on the application that the city of Camarillo is already noted because we're using the same application process. The city of Moorpark is also listed, and the city of Moorpark is giving $10,000. So that's 2 businesses will receive $5,000 from the city of Moorpark. And no additional guidance from Moorpark was offered on that. Next slide. So for businesses who are not able to apply on the web form, the application is only available online, so you can't call or mail in an application. So business owners without access to the internet or computer may schedule an appointment at the Camarillo Library. We've set up something with the Russell Fisher Business Collection Coordinator, Nicole Valdivia. So anybody watching can call 805-383-5685 or email nvaldivia@camarilliolibrary.org and set up an appointment to utilize one of the computers at the library. And I believe that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. Let's go ahead and start with questions from council members. Who wants to start off?
I have a question.
Mr. Kildee, followed by Ms. Santangelo.
Yeah, George, I don't know if you want to go back to the first slide. I believe it's the first slide that talks about the EIDL loan and the PPP loan. My understanding on that the county has not ruled out those that did receive either one of those loans or perhaps both of those loans to preclude them from allowing to apply for this loan. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So keep in mind that $5,000 is a lot of money, but if you're talking about small business here, that would barely pay for cover 1 month's rent. So I think that's important, and I think I support that. To me, get the money to those first that did not get approved for any of the PPP or the ALDL loans. But I think we should not make it a criteria that those that did get some funding, and remember, the funding is all over the place from a very small amount to a very large amount. My thought is not to preclude those Camarillo businesses from applying for this in the unlikely event that they keep going down from the criteria that we've got to allow them to at least be considered. That's one suggestion I have on this.
Yes, and the way it's set up is they're not taken out of the process at all. They would be eligible for only 100 of our grants, whereas the first 50% would go to, first the 25%, which would be 50 businesses, would go to women or minority-owned businesses. The second 50 or 25% would go to those who did not receive federal aid, and then the remaining 50% or 100 businesses would be eligible if they've already received EIDL or any of those things.
Okay, and the second question I have, George, have we set the criteria for brick and mortar, online stores, businesses? Are we going to use the criteria from a zip code? Are we going to do it in business license fees? Is it going to be similar to the criteria as the last one that we're going to set for this?
Yeah, we'll be looking at the business tax database to determine the location of the business and if they have an eligible brick and mortar in Camarillo.
So most of them, if not all, will be brick and mortar or physical locations?
Yes, that's what we're proposing.
Okay. Okay, those are all my questions at this point.
Okay, I think Vice Mayor Santangelo was next.
Yeah, George, I have a question about how the businesses are chosen. So if it's an algorithm, is it a program that automatically determines which businesses will get that, or does the oversight committee have some say in that?
So it's not a first-come, first-served sort of program like many of the other grant programs were. This one, they're accepting applications during that range, as you saw. And so once all of the applications are received, then they run them through this, basically an algorithm, which is like it would first go to the women-owned businesses and minority-owned business. Then anybody that wasn't selected in that will then go into the next one and so on. So it looks at all of the businesses equally, and it randomizes it. So it's kind of, it makes it as equal as possible.
And if there are too many for the number of grants available, it's a random selection then?
Yeah, that's how it works. There will most likely be many or more business applicants than we can accommodate.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mulchay, I was on mute.
Okay. All right, I assume so. Okay. George, because this is eventually going to come up, any business who is awarded the awards and the name of the business, I assume, is going to be subject to public records request?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. I know that's going on right now with the PPP, so I know that any program, that question is going to get posed eventually. Yeah. So, okay. Do we know who is on the VCCF Special Oversight Committee? And has that technically been comprised, or have any appointments been made to that committee yet?
I believe they have selected all the people on the board or on the committee. I don't have the names of everybody. I believe one of the chairs is one of the former sheriffs of the county. So, but I don't have the exact list of individuals on the committee at this time. I apologize.
The Special Oversight Committee, that's from individuals from throughout the county, I presume. Then it's not just exclusive to Camarillo, right?
That's correct. Yeah, they're typically business leaders in different capacities. So like EDC employees and BCCF employees, and just from employees that are from all around.
And then, is there any concern, or have any precautions been made or taken to make sure that there are no conflicts of interest amongst organizations that are granted given grants, and those who sit on the oversight committee?
I know that Vanessa Bechtel is very cautious of this, as she mentioned in the last time. I believe she mentioned this, but she talks about how she's received guidance from the individual who did the 9/11 funding for grants. So they're very concerned about transparency, keeping a lack of conflict in there as well. So I have pure faith in Vanessa Bechtel and the VCCF to make sure that this is as transparent and fair as possible, and keeping every conflict of interest out of that work process.
Again, I will say that knowing Vanessa and knowing how she's run that organization since she's come to it, she is someone of very high integrity. So I do firmly believe in her ability to be impartial and have an impartial process. Under eligibility, nonprofits are not eligible. Does that include churches or religious-based organizations?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just really succinctly, because it's not very succinct in here, when does assuming that we pass this, when does the application period start, and when does the application period close?
So the application period starts today, and it ends on July 8th.
Today, and ends on July 8th. In the event that 200 businesses don't apply in that window, because it is a rather tight window, then what would we do?
So by
What would happen?
By September 15th, the Ventura County Community Foundation will have awarded those funds, and if they haven't, they have 15 days to return the funds to the city of Camarillo.
Okay, so as this is organized, this is a one-stop, a one-shot. So the window will be open from today to July 8th. All those who are eligible can apply. If we miss it, and if the threshold of 200 is not met or exceeded, then anything remaining will just simply go back to our committed fund.
That's correct. Yeah, I have confidence that we're going to have many more than 200 applications based upon the interest I've received personally, and from what I'm hearing from those that are answering phones today. I've heard from the EDC that they have a phone call every minute about this application process.
Well, that should be some sort of indication of the need. So, okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Raven.
Susan and Sean asked all of my questions.
Okay, I'm no surprise. I actually have a couple of questions, and a number of you already asked the questions I wanted to, but Mr. Winkle, let me approach it from a different perspective. I want to make sure that Camarillo businesses that are applying for grant funds from the county, these are county grant in what you described as the first wave, and in the second wave as well. I want to make sure that they're at no competitive disadvantage or algorithmic disadvantage in getting a county grant because we have separately set up a pool of grant funds, in addition to or on top of the county grant. Is that the case, and how do we ensure that?
Thank you for the question. I've spoken with the county today about this very topic, and they are not penalizing anybody for being part of Camarillo. And so this is after the first wave, so they've already made all of their selections. So whoever was going to be selected is selected, and then we come in and help out those remaining Camarillo businesses that did not receive the funding. Now, however, in the second phase or second wave, the Board of Supervisors may opt for an option 2 scenario where they say, Camarillo businesses that received the grant from Camarillo may not be eligible for round 2. And however, that would be the case, or it could be the case. But what we're trying to do is, maximize the response time at the cost of maybe minimizing the dollar out to the businesses, just to a degree. But if we wait till October to get out the funds after wave 2, that could be too late, and many businesses may be closed by then.
All right. And just to follow, and I understand the answer, just to follow up though, if we're in that second wave, I suppose the county could say, if you're a Camarillo business, and if you got grant money from the city of Camarillo, then you're not eligible. But conversely, if you're in Camarillo in a brick and mortar business and you had not previously received funds, either from the county's first wave or from our city's wave, then you would still be eligible in that second wave, correct?
Yes, and when I spoke to the county, they said there's no intention of, making it harder for any business in any city than any others. So you are correct.
Okay. And then a question on the proposed city allocations, just to make sure I'm understanding it. And I don't know if you could bring back that PowerPoint or not, but there were 3 tiers. There was a first tier for 25% women-owned or minority-owned businesses. Second tier for the 25% business which did not receive either the PPP or the EIDL funds. But then there's the third tier, and this is my question. On the third tier, that's 50% up to all remaining funds for all other eligible businesses. Does that third tier include both those businesses that did receive PPP or EIDL money or did not receive? In other words, it doesn't matter in the third tier. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, that's correct.
So it could be a big pool in the third tier.
Yeah, it could be women-owned, minority-owned, businesses who received PPP, businesses who did not receive PPP. It's basically any business that was left in Camarillo that was not selected.
So it's kind of like I guess the analogy was to the water. You sort of had a waterfall analogy before, but a cascade analogy going down the tiers.
That's correct.
Okay, that finishes my questions. Before I ask for public comments, do any members of the council have any other questions for Mr. Winkler? All right, hearing none. Jeffrey, do we have public comment on this item? I believe we have at least one, correct?
We do, yes.
All right, we'll ask for that now, please.
Hi, please leave your name and number.
All right. Well, it sounds like we don't have a public commenter on the line.
That's correct.
So that's ready to comment. Jeffrey, were there any other folks who wanted to make a public comment, or just that one individual?
No others.
Okay. All right. Then let me bring it back to, and I'm noting it is 5:50. Let me bring it back to council for discussion. We'd like to start off.
I'll start if you want.
Mr. Kildee.
I'm supportive of this. I think it really helped, especially the small. I think it's a really good thing that it's a grant. That means they don't have to pay it back. The only request I would have is if they can speed up that September 15th date. If they can do that, I think that would be advantageous because I think a lot of businesses need help as soon as we can give it to them. So those are my thoughts and comments. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next? Susan?
Yeah, I fully support this. I think this is really important. I think this is an investment into our businesses and into our city, and I'm really happy that we're able to do this. My one disappointment is we're not able to help more, and but I think this is still a good use of our money, and I'm happy to be offering this. So, and thanks to the staff for putting this together and doing it so quickly, because the faster we get it out to people, the better.
Charlotte?
Yes, I second what both Kevin and Susan said. I think it's significant that the city of Camarillo at this time, when revenues are uncertain, that we are offering $1 million to small businesses in the forms of grants for economic development purposes. The grants do not have to be paid back, of course. I haven't heard of other cities in the county stepping up to the plate with that much money, so I'm very happy we were able to do this, and I support it.
Sean?
I fully support this. I think this says that Camarillo supports its small businesses, and you know, as a small business owner in the past and present, it's very heartening to know that those who have invested in our community in their time of need, that Camarillo, the city, and the entire community have their backs. And I know a lot of small business owners who have done a lot to support our community, different organizations, different programs. And so it's time for us to step up to the plate and use the resources that we have. And we are absolutely very, very lucky to have the resources that we do and be in a position to help in the way we are. And I think it says that Camarillo means business.
All right, thank you. And I agree with the sentiments that all of you have expressed. Just a couple of notes. One, I want to thank George Winkler and all of our city staff and Vanessa Bechtel and VCCF staff for doing, and the Oversight Committee, et cetera, for spending the time that they're spending on this. It's much appreciated. I agree with how we're going to allocate these funds. My point from last time remains, and that is, this is, in my opinion, a very appropriate use of our reserve, our economic reserve funding. In fact, I can't think of a more appropriate use of a portion of our economic development reserves than to do it for this. So I echo the sentiments of all of you on this. So with that, do I hear a motion?
I'll move the suggested action.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. And George, thank you again for your presentations. All right, that's going to bring us, it's now, I'm trying to see the clock on the podium. I think it's 5:53 p.m. So at this point, we are going to go ahead and recess into closed session. We will reconvene in council chambers at 6:30 p.m. This evening and work on do our 6:30 calendar. We then have a 7:30 calendar. We will come back after that 7:30 calendar is completed and do the remaining items on this 5 o'clock calendar. Mr. Pierrick, can you please give us the appropriate notification for closed session?
Yes, we have two closed sessions this evening. One is a conference with labor negotiators. That's authorized by Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are listed in the agenda. The unrepresented employees are city employees. The other closed session item is a conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Number of cases is 1, and we will start with the second one listed there, the anticipated litigation.
All right, we will go ahead at this time and then recess to close session. much. We will reconvene this meeting of the City Council. Let's see, we just emerged from a closed session, Mr. Pierrick, with no action to report, correct? And Brian can correct me later on if I went astray.
No, I can correct you now. I just had to take off the mute. Yeah, you are correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. That brings us into item 14A, local emergency COVID-19 item. Ms. Nichols?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. We're going to put the PowerPoint up and go through an update. Okay, so this is the COVID-19 update, and we'll go through various items on this agenda. Next slide, please. What we will cover tonight, we will give you status on COVID-19 cases as reported by the county. We will give you an update on state guidelines and activities that are now active and upcoming. Economic development and business recovery update, and update on communications, and we'll speak on other issues related to COVID-19 emergency response for your discussion. We'll be bringing up some items that have in the past been impacted, such as special event permits, transit, and wedding ceremonies. Next slide. The next 4 or so slides are the update on COVID-19. I selected some slides from the bcemergency.com page. So this is information that's updated by the county regularly. This was information as of, I believe, June 21st. As you see, there is a spike in cases there, and we've shown that in the last couple of weeks, on a daily basis, there has been higher count than in weeks before. So this does have many concerns. We have total tested of 50,781 as of June 21st. Total positive cases throughout Ventura County, 2,161. For the city of Camarillo and the zip codes of 93010 and 93012, there's a reported cases of 104. Next slide. This slide shows the increase over time. Again, it shows the number of cases are increasing. Issues that contribute to an increase to the positive cases, and what we're hearing from the county is that more testing is being done every day. As we've provided you in prior updates, the county has been increasing or has increased locations for testing. So we are aware that there are increases due to the testing. There was a reported outbreak in a senior living facility in Ventura, so that did contribute to a spike to the numbers. But the county health officer and the public health director, they continue to study the transmission and collect additional data when patients are testing positive. The county does have a trace contact team working on the origin of positive cases, and so we're hoping that in time we'll get additional information as to the transmission of COVID cases, more detailed information so that we can provide our communities messaging, and we can do some targeted messaging. Next slide, please. This information here, the community view, shows on the pie chart, you'll see on this slide and the next slide, that the person-to-person acquired and community acquired are the leading forms in which COVID-19 is being transmitted. You will, at the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday, you did hear Dr. Levin share some concerns regarding community transmission and person-to-person transmission. We know that with industries opening, with the activities that are opening, more people are out on these different activities. So there is some caution that is shared with regard to that. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. Can you go back? This is the information, the most recent information shows through June 22nd. And again, the Ventura County Health Officer and the Public Health Director, in their update yesterday, basically stated to be conscientious of your whereabouts. The public has responded to the gradual openings, various industries, and with that comes the risk of community transmission. There has been some new state guidelines regarding face masks, which we'll be talking about in a minute. And so that's another urgent matter for the Public Health Director and our Public Health Officer, that our community members do wear their face masks. Next slide, please. So as you know, personal services were reinstated June 19th. That included nail salons, piercing, tattoo, massage, cosmetology. There was a limitation there for services that could not exceed 30 minutes. The filming, movies, and TV production, those were also released. Wedding ceremonies up to 100 or half the capacity. So up to 100 if it's an outdoor ceremony, or half the capacity if it's an indoor ceremony, as long as their social distancing could be provided, not to exceed 100. Upcoming, we're expecting guidelines on movie theaters, and we're expecting those to be released June 26th. Regarding the use of masks, the state guidelines did put out that masks are required to be worn in high-risk situations. And in their guidelines, the state of California did provide some examples of this, and I'll just read off a few. So a facial mask is required when you're in line to enter any indoor public space, working in any space where food is prepared or packaged for sale, working in or walking through common areas such as hallways, stairways, elevators, and parking facilities, in any room or enclosed area where other people, except for members of the person's own household or residence, are present when unable to physically distance. This is just a very short list of other examples where you are required to wear a face mask. There are some exceptions, and these exemptions include persons age of 2 or younger, and persons with medical conditions. Again, those are examples to a list of other activities that are where you are required to wear a mask. There has been discussion by community members and council members regarding enforcement. Now, at this time, staff does find that enforcement is a very difficult, it's a challenge to enforce community members to wear masks following state guidelines. At this time, with the resources that we have, it's not practical, and it would be very challenging. We, at this point, recommend that we continue the education of our community members, and we continue to message community members to wear their masks and to support businesses when they're putting the message out by either having posters available for them on our website. The county is working on messaging as well and making posters available. I did a quick walk around through our city, our businesses, and there are many posters. So we at this time believe that the most effective way to get that message out is just to continue to educate the public and to encourage them to wear the mask, to follow the state guidelines, and to protect others. So it is a very difficult subject matter, the area of enforcement, but we would like to continue to do that through education. Next slide, please. There's other items that will be brought to your attention with regard to services or that we provide that we limited, but I will be talking those at the tail end of this presentation. I'm going to turn it over at this time to Mr. George Winkler, and he will discuss the Economic Development and Business Recovery Update.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Would it be okay to provide some comments on what we've just covered, or did you want to wait until the end of this entire?
No, let's go ahead and ask any questions or have comments now, please.
Okay, can I go?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to dig a little bit deeper into the numbers because actually the numbers for today just came out. And I know that I'm really glad, thank you, Carmen, for putting those graphs up. But when I was looking at them today, the graphs that show the positive tests don't go through today. So it's not even as dramatic as it actually is. Over the weekend, there were 195 positive cases. Yesterday, there were 131 out of 1,589 tested. And today, there were 99 positive cases out of 1,206 tested. So yesterday and today, that means the positive rate of those tested is 8.2%. And up until about last week, we had been around the 4 to 5%. So this isn't just a result of testing more people, because if you were testing more people and the rate of infection was the same, that infection rate would stay that 4 to 5% level, which we've been at. So we've practically doubled that. And what Dr. Levin actually said today, because I think it's really important that we hear this quote, what he said yesterday was, we're showing the first signs of starting to lose this battle against COVID-19 in our county. It worries me, and it should worry you. So I am speaking to the community, and I am asking you to please take heed. It is even more important that we follow those guidelines of wearing the mask and washing your hands and staying home when you can and doing that social distancing, especially now, because so many more people are out and about, and we have more infection in our community. The other number that's really important to look at when you've increased testing is the hospitalizations. We used to be around 20. We're now today at 48. Yesterday it was 51. So, the numbers, this is not the direction we want to be going. I know that there's a lot of battles out there with masks, and apparently it's turned into something to do with politics. Science doesn't care if you are left or right or blue or red. Science is science, and I'm begging you to please wear your mask. And if you can't wear your mask, then at least stay away from other people. Wearing a mask is protecting other people, and it's a sign of respect for your fellow citizens and for the community. So I'm speaking to you from my heart and from my nurse science brain, and just asking people to please comply. We want to be able to continue to keep our businesses open. We can do that if we're careful and if we do all of these other interventions to help keep COVID at bay. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Susan.
May I make a comment, if I would? Yeah, unfortunately, I was not able to read today's numbers, but those numbers, are they county-wide numbers, or are they city specifically?
That's county.
County numbers, okay.
The key numbers that Dr. Levin looks at specifically are the hospitalizations and the hospitalizations of COVID-19 patients. And I think Susan articulated those numbers already. And you also articulated the concern that the way things are going now, it's beyond being able to simply attribute it to more tests. It's clear that, or appears to be clear, that there is increased transmissivity going on in the community. And that is a subject of great concern. And I know all of us spent a great deal of time in March and in April and last month asking people to please observe the social distancing guidelines that Susan just articulated. I won't repeat them, but I will reiterate what you said about that, Susan. And it was well said. Okay. So Ms. Nichols or Mr. Winkler, looks like we've got an economic development segment to go to. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks again for having me back. We're going to talk about our economic development and business recovery, and just some of the metrics and some of the things that we're working on in the city. So first and foremost, here are some of our business websites that we've published throughout the COVID-19 health emergency. And the order that you're seeing them in today is the order of popularity for the last 2 weeks. So you can see that the most popular website for the last 2 weeks is our Reopening Camarillo page, which goes over guidance, tips on reopening, signage that businesses can download for printing, commercial printers in our area who could do signage for curbside pickup, floor decals, posters, and other protective equipment providers, so hand sanitization, masks, and so on. So that website's gotten, our webpage has had 930 views in the last 2 weeks, over 5,000 total since its creation, which was nearly maybe 2 months ago. Our Open for Business list is still very popular. It's had over 8,000 views, and we've recently updated that webpage, so now you can look at what restaurants are open for dine-in, and the hours are very accurate now. Business resources page is still hanging in there. Not as many people as interested in business resources at this time, but I have a feeling that's going to change with the grant program. Camarillo's hiring page, we have 19 businesses listed on that page now with quite a few jobs ranging from entry-level jobs up to manufacturing and other scientific industries. So a good range of jobs on there, and still quite a popular site. So on reopening, as you know, we have our outreach team who's going out there and educating our retail businesses. But this graph, what you're seeing is our compliance metrics since May 11th. And as you can see, May 11th was about the day that we started with the reopening process with the county, with the self-attestations for businesses. So the bottom line is what you're seeing is the inspected and approved. So that means a compliance officer from the city went out to the business and inspected it to make sure they're following all the social distancing protocols and so on. And the top line is those businesses who have self-attested. So as you can see, we get about 150 on average businesses self-attesting per week. And we are keeping up with that. We're going to about 100 and somewhere around 100 on average per week. It has slowed down in the last week due to some, some challenges with the county app that they have provided. But we're getting out there, and we're at about 56% as far as our completion goes. And as far as cities go in the county, we're tracking all of that, and we're in the top 3 cities of the county as far as the work that we're doing with going out to businesses. So kudos to our code compliance team for doing that. In alignment with the Shop Safe theme, this is one of the council goals from our economic recovery session, which is to showcase businesses who pass their compliance checks to increase consumer confidence. So you're now seeing these stickers all over Camarillo. We're sharing this on our website and on Facebook daily as the code compliance team is able to do those inspections. And in addition to being featured on ABC 7 for this, this has now been picked up by CalEd, which is an organization for economic development, and they're sharing this with their members as a best practice for other cities. So it's a testament to our work here in Camarillo, and we're now on the map for economic development. So this is, this last week we had our first webinar in partnership with the Economic Development Collaborative. This was also on reopening your business. So we had Juliana Ramirez, she's an accounting expert and business advisor, and Rosandra Escoval, who's an HR expert, and they walked our businesses through the attestation process and other HR-related components for businesses. So we had about 36 attendees to that. 83 registrants, and that's not too bad considering we only marketed it for less than a week. So that did pretty well. We also recently conducted a community input or a survey on consumer confidence, and we used our OpenGov, the Open Town Hall platform, to do this. We had it open for about a week and a half, 2 weeks, And we had 329 visitors with 89 responses. That equals about 4.5 hours of public comment at 3 minutes per response. So we did this in a coordination with the Chamber of Commerce and the Russell Fisher Business Collection. So we created questions, and then we shared with our individual lists. So all of the results are centrally located. And what we found was that curbside pickup, shopping with limited personnel allowed in stores, contactless third-party delivery, those were methods that are preferred nowadays. Masks are generally preferred, and before the governor announced that guidance, that was very helpful to some businesses to hear that about 50% of people felt comfortable with masks, but only about 14% did without. So that was helpful at the time. So about 45% of the consumers that answered said they will shop for groceries online now more than before. 56% said they will shop for clothing online now more than often, and 64% said they'll shop for general goods online more than often. So that's why that grant program is so important. Hopefully businesses use it to upgrade their tech, and we'll work to continue providing options for education for our businesses and see what else we can do to help them convert to that digital way of shopping. As far as negative, movie theaters, massage parlors, gyms, and childcare centers and public transportation, those skewed to a not likely preference of returning to those as normal. So we're going to also conduct a survey on business needs that will come up next, and then we'll follow that with an insight into our workforce and where they're at. So that's coming up next. We'll talk about unemployment. This is actually a good thing here, believe it or not. Last month we were at 13.9%, and we were predicting it to go up higher. But it actually went down from 13.9% to 13.5%. So that's a positive sign that we're rehiring employees and getting back on track. We are down about 45,000 jobs, though, since last May in the county. So this is a county chart, not just Camarillo. The biggest hits were to leisure and hospitality, which includes accommodation and food services, which were down about 15,000 jobs. And then second down was trade, transportation, and utilities, which includes clothing, stores, and general merchandise. That's about down 10,000 jobs. And for the first time in a while, we've received another WARN notification. This was from a manufacturer called Eaton, and they've furloughed 81 employees in Camarillo. So total WARN notifications is about 364 jobs in Camarillo. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, George. Any questions for George? All right, I think up next is Michelle.
Thank you, Mayor Tremblay and council members, for the opportunity to update you on our public outreach and communication efforts for COVID-19. They can really be summed up in these 3 points. First, we are continuing to share new information with our community to keep everyone informed. We are taking the information day by day as we receive it from Ventura County and using the tools in our toolbox to share this critical information with our community. Our COVID-19 webpage is still very much active, and we continue to update the FAQs based on the feedback we are receiving from our community, ensuring the links are up to date for community services and that there's easy access to the latest information coming from Ventura County Public Health. The website vcemergency.com is still in use, but the county is transitioning from this website to a new website called VenturaCountyRecovers.org. The reason for this is that vcemergency.com is used by the Office of Emergency Services in the event of emergencies, such as the recent fires we had in Ventura and Piru. Hopefully there are no other emergencies, but just in case they are, the county is planning to move the COVID-19 information from the vcemergency.com site to the Ventura County Recovers site. We have both of these listed on our webpage right now, and right now if anybody goes to the vcemergency.com site, they're automatically transferred over to Ventura County Recovers. And as Ms. Nichols stated, we now have a state requirement to wear face coverings or masks in high-risk situations. This virus is still very prevalent in our community, and unfortunately, the cases have been increasing. We must be careful when we're out in the community by wearing masks, washing our hands, practicing social distancing, and remembering that gathering is still not allowed. This has to be a community effort, and everyone in our community must do their part to support each other in the fight against the virus. The city of Camarillo is working right now with the county of Ventura and the other cities in our county on a unified and coordinated messaging campaign about the importance of wearing masks and working together to protect each other. We expect this to roll out on Monday. The county will be placing ads in all the local newspapers, and we will be launching messages together with the county and other cities, unified as a county to keep our community moving forward and to keep our numbers down and avoid having to go backwards in our reopening efforts. One opportunity we've had during the COVID-19 pandemic has been to enhance the tools in our toolkit, and we've been working diligently to make that happen. We launched a new communication tool 2 months ago, that's the Notify Me tool, where the community can sign up for email alerts. Since the launch, we've had 500 people subscribe to receive emergency alerts, and 400 people sign up to receive general news releases. So this tool is really gaining momentum. We're pleased to be able to offer it to the community as a communication method, and we encourage everyone who's interested to sign up to continue to stay informed. And also, since the beginning of COVID in mid-March, we have increased our Facebook followers by 600 people, which is the steepest trajectory we have seen at any given point in time since the launch of our Facebook platform. So we are continually working to enhance the tools in our toolbox so that we can better inform our community and continue us on our path to laying the groundwork for our community engagement strategy. And with that, we continue to keep our eye on moving forward. Like everyone, we've had to pivot our communications and engagement plans during this COVID crisis to focus on emergency communications, anywhere from public health orders to emergency services to business recovery and now to reopening. Moving forward through our recovery, we plan to focus on unity and community pride. Now more than ever, we need to stand together to show empathy and compassion for one another and to follow the order of the public health officer to get us all through this. We are inviting our community to join us in sharing this message of compassion and community pride as we stand together through this crisis and through the recovery period. We are also gearing back up for the launch of our community engagement portal, Open City Hall, where we plan to engage in necessary and peaceful conversations to help move our community forward. Using the new and expanded tools in our toolkit and all of the relationships with our community partners that have been strengthened during this COVID pandemic, we plan to launch no later than August, and we look forward to getting back on track with our community engagement efforts. This concludes my portion of the presentation, and unless you have any questions for me, I'd like to turn it back over to Interim City Manager Carmen Nichols to continue with staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Deanna. Anybody have questions for Michelle? Thanks, Ms. Deanna. So now we'll go to Ms. Nichols.
Thank you. The next few slides will provide the council an opportunity for discussion on items that were either restricted, limited, or revoked at a period of time when we first began this emergency, the pandemic emergency. With changes that have happened over time, there will be some recommendations over the next few slides we're asking council to consider that will support the community and also support our businesses move forward since state guidelines and county guidelines are allowing for certain activities. The first one is special event permits. The initial orders from both the state and the county of Ventura, and then subsequently by the city's EOC director, Mr. Dave Norman at the time, the order 20-1 was regarding gatherings. And if you recall, this initiated council action on special event permits and other activities. On March 13th, then, the City Council revoked and denied, or directed council or staff to revoke and deny permits for events over 250 people if social distancing of 6 feet could not be maintained. And there was an exception with that direction, and that was the farmers market. Very quickly after that, there was some additional guidelines, and so on March 17th, the City Council directed staff to revoke and deny permits, deny all special event permits until such time as the Ventura County Public Health Declaration of a local health emergency was terminated. At that time, gatherings then were restricted to 10. Further at that meeting, there was a discussion and direction to restrict film permits to a maximum of 10. So currently, the state guidelines do not restrict film permits. That was one of the activities that was allowed, and there is no number to the number of allowed in filming. However, there are some state guidelines as to social distancing and health practices. So the limitations now, well, we started this very quick process back in March through numbers and gatherings. What the state guidelines are now providing is for numbers within the activities. And county's orders, in some cases, have further restricted either those numbers and or the activity. We have delayed activities. For example, nail salons that opened a week later than some of the other personal service activities. And another early example was that, when golf was allowed, it was a certain limitation that was actually, under that maximum of 10, which we heard was the last gathering number. So again, the numbers in the activities is what the state guide is what we're going by, unless the county's order further restricts those numbers. So next slide, please. So in special events, the permits are needed for currently where we are seeing the demand is for bars or breweries and or wineries that could reopen but currently do not serve food. The Ventura County Health Officer's order requires that service of food be on the same ticket as a glass of wine or a beer. But some of our providers do not have kitchens. So this having a special event permit would allow for making allowance for a food truck. Now, the county has a process in which a business would have to register. But currently, as it is, because we did revoke and are not accepting any special event permits, we could not make that allowance for businesses. And so we do have a few businesses that are affected and are interested in having this opportunity to meet the requirements, the Ventura County requirements. Another is, we talked about this at the last meeting, community events that can maintain state guidelines. For example, at last meeting, Mr. Winkler talked about the idea of the drive-in theater that could be provided by Sci Arts. Now, the state guidelines have certain requirements. You must stay in the vehicle. Well, that's the one that, the big one is that you're not allowed to just roam around and gather, but rather you'd have to maintain yourself in the vehicle. The County of Ventura also recently announced a concert series at the county fairgrounds, and again, that's concerts in the car. So you would have to again maintain state guidelines. You'd have to follow those state guidelines. So that's another reason for a special event permit. Other activities are weddings. This is, as I mentioned earlier, currently wedding ceremonies are allowed. Receptions are not allowed, but wedding ceremonies are. And so while you don't need a special event permit, that's another type of activity that is allowed through the state guidelines that we currently do not allow. One idea that came up, this was a request to use the parking lot at Kids Stream for an antibody testing site. that request would need a special event permit. So there are guidelines, state guidelines for all of this. We also do look at to see if there are any guidelines that the county health officer has put out that would further restrict it. So we do feel that a special event permit, council should consider reinstating the special event permits for events that can maintain state and county guidelines, and that would, under the current review and authorization process. So currently, those applications are reviewed by the Director of Community Development, and there are certain conditions that are written in the application if the application is approved. So there are guidelines that would have to be met already, and then we can further add the state and county guidelines to that. That's the recommendation for the special event permits for council consideration and discussion. I'd like to hear what you think of this recommendation.
Question, please.
Mr. Kildee?
Yes, Carmen, are masks required for the SPEV permits, or is that, spelled out in the county guidelines and the state guidelines?
Good question. Yes. So, for example, the antibody testing site, if that was to go through, there are guidelines that are required. In fact, those are part of, that is listed very explicitly in the current guidelines that came out regarding masks. So yes, that would definitely be in that. And so any of these, of course, the application, if it be approved, would be required to, depending on what that event is, the community member and let's say the business would be required to maintain those guidelines. For example, allowance for a food truck. If a winery has a food truck, so if they get permission to have a food truck, they would be, a community member or their client would be required to, when they're standing in line, maintain a 6-foot social distance and be required to be wearing a mask. So all those requirements still need to be met.
Other questions? Susan?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I'm in favor of this, but I would request that the mask wearing guidelines or mandate, whichever it is, since it says both, are made a part of this special event permitting, that it's mentioned. I want to do everything we can to ensure that businesses are complying and that people that are utilizing the businesses are still wearing the masks as required. Even if there's something that just says, we'll adhere to the state guidelines regarding masks and social distancing.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte, do you want to be heard?
Sure. Yes, I agree with this. I think we specifically talked about masks, so I want to say I think that probably while films are being made, as long as people are socially distanced, they won't be wearing masks, the speaker. But for everything else, I think we need to say it should. I think we need to say adhere to the state guidelines regarding masks. If we start putting in today's guidelines or today's requirements, who knows, tomorrow or next Friday, they could change, and then we're out of compliance. So I think we ought to just say in compliance with state guidelines. I agree with the food trucks at wineries and other places that don't serve food, because we do have several wineries in town, and they are some of our small businesses. I'm not sure how the drive-in movie and concerts really will go. I certainly think it's worth a try with the requirement that you have to stay in your car and keep the windows up, which is part of the state and the county requirement. I'm not sure people will like that because it's going to get pretty hot with a few people in a car. And if you turn the motor on and turn the air conditioning on, then everybody else's air conditioner is just sucking up your fumes. And so I think those might sound good. They might be a hit, but who knows? It depends on how close they are. Wedding ceremonies, I certainly think we should go ahead with. People have, as long as they comply with the state requirements, and there is a limit on the number of people. And I certainly agree with the antibody testing. I think that is very, very, very important. We can find out a lot of people in this town, and I'm sure throughout the county, but I'm talking about people I've talked to in Camarillo, think they already had it, but they don't have any way of proving it. And I think that with the antibody testing, we'll find out. But it's very important to have that. So I agree with all of these things for the special events permit.
Who wants to go next? Sean?
I'll just simply say that I agree with what both Susan and Charlotte both said. So I don't deviate one bit from what's already been said.
Kevin?
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. We just, we all want to roll this out safely here, and I think that's part and parcel to what we're trying to do here. So any, guidelines that we can do to make people safe and, get the business community back online safely is a good thing. I do believe that as many people that can wear masks would be a really good thing. Even on the TV and those type of venues here, perhaps a camera person or somebody in the background, if they could wear a mask, might be somewhat helpful. Anything they can do to try to make it as safe as possible, I would support, especially at this particular time. We're at as Susan has said and others, we're at a critical juncture here. So anything we can do to improve the safety is a positive thing.
Carmen, two quick. First of all, I agree with my colleagues and what's been said. But two quick questions for Carmen. Carmen, it's accurate to say correct that the state guidelines are really the floor and the baseline for what is required, and the county public health officer can actually make it more restrictive, correct?
That's correct.
And secondly, the community events, speaking to the PowerPoint, the community events that can maintain state guidelines, those are also subject to county public health guidelines as well, correct?
That's right, and that's my mistake for not including that, but that's correct. We would be looking at state and county guidelines to make sure that the event can maintain those.
So question for you or for Mr. Vaca, if we were to reinstate special event permits and the conditions were to be written, who then does the enforcement on that? Is that municipal code, is that city code compliance, or is that county environmental health division that would do that?
Hello, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Vaca? Yep, we can hear you.
So we would work in collaboration with Ventura County, along with our code compliance personnel, as necessary based on what the conditions of approval are.
Well, let me ask it this way, Mr. Vaca, and I know our city code compliance officers and the county code compliance folks have been teaming up very, very, very well and doing a great job. But I guess I'm curious, so the process would be that you would issue a special event permit, and then would there be a compliance inspection prior to the event? How's that going to work from a process standpoint?
It depends on the event. It's similar to what we would do under normal circumstances with our regular special events. So, for example, we route applications in many instances to other departments and divisions, including police, fire, as well as public works. And if there's a unique condition of approval that's required for the event, we typically coordinate with that division or agency to make sure that compliance is achieved. So it's fairly routine that we would do that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vach. I mean, what makes sense too, and like I said, I agree with the rest of you on that. What makes sense is that this would make it, if I'm understanding it correctly, our practice consistent then with state and county guidelines in respect of these special event permits. And is that a fair characterization, Carmen?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I think you've got guidance from us on this slide, on this item.
So the next item, I got a little ahead of myself. That was the weddings. Next slide, please. And again, I won't repeat it here, but I think I got the council's guidance then or direction on wedding ceremonies. Again, we don't have brides climbing over the Camarillo Ranch property, through the fence or over the fence to get married quite yet. It's unfortunate that receptions are not, but again, we want to keep everybody safe. So unfortunately, receptions are not yet allowed. We just want to prepare for those families and those ceremonies where they would like to still hold that ceremony. So again, with council's direction, then, although it doesn't require a special event permit, we can move forward with providing those ceremonies. And we'll be in contact with Command Performance. We've got a meeting scheduled this week to discuss how we can move forward and maybe reopen that facility. We'll see what their availability is and what demand they may have at this time. But we are looking forward to showcasing our Camarillo Ranch again.
All right. I think everybody is in agreement. Unless I hear objection on that, I think you can. All right. I think council's all in agreement with that one, Ms. Nichols.
Thank you. We have a couple of other speakers. Mr. John Thomas is going to be next, and he'll be talking about City Hall reopening, library services, council chambers. And then after that, I don't know if we'll have an opportunity to get to Mr. Klotzel, and we'll be discussing transit services, the reinstatement of transit services. So we'll get as far as we can to the 7:30 hour, and if we can't get through it, then perhaps we can bring this at a later time. Or at today's agenda.
At the end of today's, okay, fine, thank you.
So we have two items that I just want to focus in on with the City Hall reopening and also library services. Under City Hall reopening, just again to make the announcement again that City Hall will be reopening Monday, June 29th. At 8 o'clock, the doors will open, and we've been preparing for this day. We've been making changes to the lobby over the course of a number of weeks. We've added signage, we've added stanchions, and the ability to make lines at the various public counters. We've added floor markers so that individuals coming into the lobby know where they can stand and be properly distanced from other people who may be in line. We have implemented plexiglass shields at each place where employees interact with the public, just to create a safe place for that engagement to occur. We've also implemented disinfecting protocols that where we have nightly cleaning. We also have a daytime cleaning, and that is currently being done. But when we do open next week, it will be increased, so there'll be more cleanings within the City Hall area during the day. We've also been, we're in the middle of training employees. We've done 3 sessions so far, 2 more to go. And employee training involves all the employees. They're all, this is a mandatory training. All employees of the city are to go through this training so that they understand what it is that the city is doing to prepare for the reopening, but also just the social distancing requirements and the guidelines that we are to operate under. We've covered topics such as self-screening, also daily wellness checks, and we discussed the use of face coverings, of course, with the latest update on that from last week with mandated face coverings, what that looks like for employees here at City Hall, where they wear it, when they wear it, how they wear it. That was all part of this training. Employees are, when they're at their location, where they work in their workstation, we've gone to great effort to make sure that workstations are socially distanced away from other employees to the 6-foot guideline. And so when employees are at their workstation, they are not required to wear a face mask. However, as they move about the facility, as they move through hallways, as they enter into the break room, bathrooms, common areas, they are to be wearing a mask. Once they enter into a room that is enclosed, such as a conference room with a maximum occupancy where that group can then hold their meeting socially distanced away from one another, then the guidelines provide that a mask it does not have to be worn. We, of course, encourage anyone who desires to wear a mask at all times to, of course, to wear it. So we've gone through the face coverings and the proper way to wear them, how they should cover your nose and your mouth, how they should be cleaned. So all the employees are going through this training, and we have 2 more sessions tomorrow that will conclude that. One last item here is that we're looking for council's just buy-in on this concept of returning to in-person council meetings. As you've seen, the County Board of Supervisors, they've begun to meet in their regular location, and the thought is we just kind of want to get the feedback for if there was a return or a potential return after the August break for in-person council meetings. We would have to work out some of the logistics with how we conduct this meeting when a number of the public want to be present. Obviously, we would still have to have the chambers be in a socially distanced configuration, and there's a number of seats that are unavailable if we have a large group. So we would still have to work out how public would interact and be able to provide comment. But we feel that either through a call-in method or through being able to keep people, bring them in when it's time for them to speak, otherwise they can be outside in the lobby or outside the chambers to handle that. So I guess I'll just pause here and see if there's any thoughts that the council has towards reestablishing in-person council meetings.
Thank you. I think Mrs. Craven, did you want to be heard?
I'm in favor of it, and the sooner the better. If I ruled the world, it'd be in July, but I can go with August, but I don't think we should go any farther than that. There are items coming up that public will want to be talking about, and we need to hear from them on. In the past, even though we had more people who were able to be in council chambers, we have had several times when the council chambers were filled to the gills, and sometimes the fire department personnel came and made some of them leave. They could congregate in the foyer. I'm not sure how that would be with social distancing, but we've also had people out in the back. There is a television people can watch in the foyer to know how things are going, but we also, for things, I can remember 3 or 4 times we set televisions up outside so people could hear what was going on too. In addition to that, as people spoke, once you spoke, you were required to leave the council chambers so somebody else could come in. And, I just think it's imperative that we get back into council chambers so we can really hear and look and talk to, have a conversation going with the public on matters that are really important to them.
Who else would like to be heard on this one? Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I'd like to see us get back in a perfect world as soon as we can. But in lieu of these new numbers that we're all wrestling with now, it would appear to me that the August timeframe would give us some idea about where we are vis-a-vis these numbers. Again, I'd like to get us back as soon as we can, but I think the August break would give us enough time. Hopefully, by August, we'll have a little better, numbers on this. We may not. We just don't know. This said before, this virus has no boundaries. We just don't know right now. But obviously, around as long as everyone else too, I want to make sure we do it safely. I think that's the real key here. We want to do this safely, and it would seem to me that August would give us some time to kind of get a better idea about where we are vis-a-vis the numbers and the safety of this. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Who'd like to be heard next? Sean?
I simply, I agree. I think getting back in the council chambers is important. Less for us, more for the public, and giving them another opportunity, another avenue by which to communicate to us and make sure their voices and concerns are heard on subjects. And echoing Mr. Kildee's comments, yeah, as long as we can do it safely, we can do it within the guidelines, we can make sure people are socially distanced, ourselves are socially distanced, as well as staff. As long as we can do it safely and in compliance, then I don't see the concern over doing it.
Susan?
I agree with everything that's been said. I think we need to get back, but I want us to do it safely. I think the timing that's been described sounds about right. And yeah, nothing more to add.
I agree with the comments. I think we should plan for August. We don't know where we are going to be in August, though, in terms of numbers. I am concerned about a resurgence, and I don't want to go backwards. I note that yesterday, you may or may not have seen the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday, and just the chair of the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Long, was present, and the other 4 members of the board were tying in by Zoom, I believe. But there was also a situation where there was an individual in that audience who refused to move and refused to comply with any of the social distancing requirements, and the chair had to remove everyone, had to have everyone removed from the chambers. After exercising a great deal of patience, she then ordered the clearing of the chambers and then staff back in, and then people coming back in one at a time. So this is not an easy situation, but I think from a transparency standpoint and from giving the public a chance to come in and comment, I think that's very important. So I'm looking forward to that, with the idea that we'll know whether in August we'll know whether or not we really are going to be able to do that. Mr. Thomas, I had a question. So I guess what you're hearing is all 5 saying, yeah, so let's at least plan for August. Question for you on City Hall reopening on June 29th. What other cities are reopening? Can you give us an idea on that?
So I believe that Thousand Oaks has opened, Ventura has opened. Carmen, if you know of any others, if you can add, because I know you're meeting with them on a weekly basis.
Yeah, sure. Almost all cities are either open or will be opening within the next couple of months. So I think we're right in line with other cities. Yeah, Moore Park has also announced that they're open. Oxnard is reopened, probably not fully, but they're definitely working on it. Some of their services are limited, for example, the recreational services, but for the most part, their business operations are open. So, yeah, we're seeing that all, if not, well, most, if not all, are either open or will be opening within the next month or 2.
And I'll also be curious to see what their councils are doing as well, going forward to August. But that's a conversation, I think, for August. Okay, I know it's 7:27. We want to do library. Can we do library services here? And then I know we've got to go to a 7:30 calendar, right, Ms. Nichols?
That's right.
All right, let's do the library services side of this, Mr. Thomas, please.
So just really quick, with the library services, just wanted to say that the curbside services that started last week has been going very well. I had a couple opportunities to just view how people are receiving the materials and making use of the 10 spots that are reserved for this service to be conducted, and about 10 parking spots seems to be right. People show up, they wait about 10 to 15 minutes, I guess is what has been reported as the wait time, which seems reasonable, and people seem to be very happy with the service. Your action at the consent calendar item earlier today moved this service from a Monday-Friday service to a Tuesday through Saturday service, and so I just wanted to highlight that. So there will be a day on a weekend where people can take opportunity, have an opportunity to have this service on a weekend. Additionally, as George mentioned earlier, we have a computer and internet access for businesses by appointment at the library. So they can contact Nicole Valdivia and arrange for the ability to enter into the library by appointment, to have access to a computer and internet access. That way they can take advantage of being able to apply for the business grant programs that are becoming available. So that's going on as well. And then just lastly, the library, of course, does plan to reopen. We don't have an exact day at this point, but plans are still being made. So there is coordination between myself and the library director in terms of what the plans are and how things will be laid out, what's necessary for the facility, and other needs in order to meet the guidelines that will be coming out. So I just wanted to mention that. And that concludes my comments.
Mr. Thomas, really quickly, with regard to the library reopening, that's really, we have to wait for the state to issue its guidance together with the county public health officer, correct, before we can reopen?
Well, I will say, yes, and I will say, that's correct. And I will say that the state did come out with guidelines on, I believe it was June 9th. They outlined guidelines for libraries, but we're still waiting for the Ventura County health officer to come out with specifics for our area and our libraries.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, did anybody else have questions for Mr. Thomas on this item? All right, Mr. Thomas, thank you. Then we'll go ahead, we'll ask Mr. Klotzel to come back later and now go to our 7:30 p.m. calendar. It's now it's time 7:31. The agenda has no presentations, no items on public safety. So it's time for public comments for items not on the agenda. And I would just ask, we have an item on racial equality and social justice, specifically agendized. If any of the public commenters want to speak to that, then I would just ask them to wait until that particular item under 19A. But Jeffrey, I understand we have several folks who wish to offer public comments under item 17. Could we have those, please?
Yes.
Hello, this is Jerry.
Hi, Jerry. It's Jeffrey.
Yes, hello, Jeffrey. How are you?
I'm good. Are you ready for your comments? You have 3 minutes.
All right. You tell me when to begin.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Jerry Olson. I live at 861 Durkin Street in Camarillo. I've been a Camarillo resident for more than 60 years. I am retiring as a member of the board of directors of the Camarillo Ranch Foundation as of June 30th. I have served on the board for more than 21 years. I am one of 2 original board members still on the board. The other is Susanna Reeder. I have served as board president, board secretary for 11 years, editor of the newsletter for 10 years, and on the executive committee for 18 years. During the 21 years, I have contributed about 8,000 hours of volunteer time to the ranch and to the city. My wife and I have endowed several parts of the Camarillo Ranch. The huge Morton Bay fig tree in honor of the late Camarillo News editor Harold Kinch, plus a hallway at the Camarillo House, the outdoor oven on the east side of the house, and the booklets used by school children when they come to the ranch. More recently, we endowed a new flagpole at the ranch in memory of our daughter, Carol Olson Bryan, who brought her 3rd grade class to the ranch for a visit for 10 straight years. She died in 2018. In 2014, I wrote and published a 90-page biography of Adolfo Camarillo entitled Don Adolfo Camarillo, A Living Legend. 500 copies were printed of the book, and the proceeds are going to the ranch. He's one of my heroes. Some observations. The foundation has come a long way with the city as our partner. We have preserved and exhibited the memory of Adolfo Camarillo. We have preserved the memory of the Camarillo House, the Red Barn, the White Horse Stables, the great trees, and the remarkable gardens at the ranch. We've established a long-term events such as school tours, tours of the Camarillo House, Santa's Nights, and Adolfo's birthday party. We've laid a foundation for the future. The new foundation board of directors, along with the city of Camarillo, will take this exciting project forward into a bright future. I look back on my 21 years with a great deal of satisfaction. With a smile on my face and with warmth in my heart. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the citizens of Camarillo. It's been an exciting, a challenging, and a rewarding experience. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jerry.
Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven, and we don't want to let Mr. Olson get away here, I think. Mrs. Craven.
Yes, Jerry, I very much enjoyed working with you on the board for many years that I was on it. And I want to thank you for all of your 8,000 hours and your thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars that you have donated whenever and to whatever you thought was needed at the ranch. I know you truly love the ranch, and I just want to thank you for all the effort you've put into it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mulchay, followed by Mr. Kildee.
Terry, I also want to thank you in the short time I've gotten to know you. You were a man of great honor and commitment. I appreciate everything you, your wife, your family have given to Camarillo, and specifically the Camarillo Ranch. It could not have come as far as it has without you and your efforts, and I do greatly appreciate that. And it's going to, you have laid the foundation for the future. I genuinely appreciate that and everything you've done.
Thank you.
Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, thank you for your service, Jerry. I was actually the one that appointed Jerry 21 years ago, if you can believe it. I can't believe that time really flies. One of the best appointments that I've ever made, if not the best, and Jerry's a parliamentarian, he's a historian of our city. Him and his wife and his family are wonderful residents here, and I'm proud to call him a friend. And if you want to know something about Camarillo, ask Jerry Olson. He is an amazing person that way. I'm hoping maybe the council will support maybe some sort of a proclamation or something to honor Jerry's 21 years of service here. He was always positive. He has a love affair with the city of Camarillo and always wanted to make things better. And amazing man. I'm going to refer to him as Mr. Camarillo because he is the current Mr. Camarillo. And again, Jerry, thanks for your service, and thank your family for sharing you with us. We are definitely the beneficiaries of that.
Thank you.
Ms. Santangelo?
I just want to add to everybody's gratitude and thanks for your service and your love for the ranch and for our city. I think Kevin said it. It's really helping to. What you've done has helped ensure that the ranch goes on as part of the heritage of this city, and so that hopefully my kids and their kids and so on will still have the ranch and the history of Camarillo. So thank you again, and I support a proclamation or whatever it turns out to be that Kevin suggested.
I think we will find a way to do that. And Jerry, I want to thank you for your extraordinary service, not just to the Ranch Foundation, but to the Camarillo community generally. I had the privilege of serving with you for several years on the Camarillo Hospice Board of Directors, and your integrity and your compassion and your generosity to Camarillo residents is just of the highest caliber. So thank you so much for your service to our city. And Kevin, I can't believe it's been 21 years since Jerry went on the board. for the Ranch Foundation. And I have a feeling that there will be a proclamation there somewhere. So anyway, thank you so much, Jerry.
Okay, thank you very much. And I appreciate the chance to share with you.
Thanks, Jerry. Good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate your help.
Bye.
Jeffrey, may we hear from the next speaker, please?
This is Shannon.
Hi, Shannon. This is Jeffrey calling from the City Camarillo Council Chambers. Are you ready to speak?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, you have 3 minutes. Please start.
Okay, thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Shannon William Blaney. I've been a resident of Camarillo since 1997. And I just have some concerns regarding the guidelines that not only the city of Camarillo is following, and I heard a lot tonight about how we're following state and county guidelines, but we've been following these same state and county guidelines, but the guidelines that are driving us are the guidelines of the virus itself. And I'm all for small businesses locally and wearing masks and social distancing and the whole nine. But I get a little put off by, it's the city of Camarillo. It's us. It's our city. And I would like to say thank you to the Vice Mayor Santangelo for erring on the side of caution and science in her opening statement tonight regarding the COVID-19 virus. But at the same time, I would also like to reflect on the fact that the interim city manager, Carmen Nichols, is mirroring the notion that more testing equates to the rising numbers of positive tests, which is unfounded and inaccurate and untrue. So I think that we need to do more as far as placing signage everywhere. I live close to the Pleasant Valley Fields, which have been closed this entire time. And I would like, there's still people go in there, groups of people on the weekend. I think we could spend a little more time informing, like, physically. And, I called the police department the other day to inquire about certain parks being open. They couldn't even tell me which parks were open. Oh, we don't know if that's open. We don't know if that's closed. So I think there's a communication breakdown between the city and its constituents. And I really appreciate you guys affording me the opportunity to speak tonight. And I just want to remind you guys that on the seal of Camarillo, it says Las Personas son la ciudad, which is the people are the city. And without the people, the city doesn't thrive. So that's just what I want to say.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jeffrey, may we have the next speaker, please?
Hi, this is Matt.
Hi, Matt. It's Jeffrey. It's time for your comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Tonight the city gave $1 million to businesses. COVID-19 affected residents, families, all sorts of people in Camarillo. And the city didn't need to give $1 million just to businesses. It could have helped everybody. The idea there isn't enough money, all you had to do was give half that amount to businesses and help your residents that are hurting too. That's not what we call the people of the city. We're all in this together. It seems like lobbyists came into the city, they came into this, and you know basically what's going to happen. People will get their $5,000 or write a check for $1,000 to Kevin Kildee or any elected person running for office because today the fact is that guidance is not a policy. Basically, you have to have rules and regulation. Remember Mr. Morgan playing code enforcement officer? The city attorney would never investigate. We can't just assume that everybody's honest at City Hall. So I find that ridiculous. And another thing, it's time for pension reform. Less than 3% of Americans have a pension. The city should honor its commitment to all the employees who've been there for a while, but for the 5 years close, they should all be put on defined benefit, and it should be a match program to 20%. The police department, $19 million. Someday we're going to have deficits when you guys are gone, and you've done nothing to reduce the cost at City Hall and the general fund for the future generations. And the city may not have money to do road repairs. Nothing has been done to overhaul the major expenses at the city. I support the police, but again, could we save $3 or $4 million? Could some of these people go back to the sheriff's department? 30% of the service calls are to the factory outlets and to Casa Pacifica. That's a fact. They're playing mall cops, and they're also playing security at the hospital. Those officers are spending their time doing that. That's not a good use of public funds. So the public has a right to their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Great, thank you. Jeffrey, does that conclude our speakers under the public comment portion of the meeting?
That does.
All right. Then
We now want to go to our public hearing.
let me inquire of either Ms. Nichols or...
Your Honor, the Sanitary District has an advertised 7:30 public hearing.
Well, you read my mind, because that's exactly what I was just going to ask Ms. Nichols and Mr. Cleric about. No, that's okay. It seems to me that since there's an advertised public hearing for 7:30 for the Sanitary District, we should move to that, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so, Madam President, call the Board of Directors back to order.
Calling the Board of Directors of the Camarillo Sanitary District back to order. I'd like the record to reflect that all board members are present. We have a public hearing tonight that's been advertised for delinquent utility accounts, resolution placing direct assessments on the Ventura County secured property tax roll for 2021. And I'll ask for the staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is an annual hearing that we do, an annual event and action that we do to place these direct assessments on the tax roll. These are for delinquent sewer accounts. These are sewer only, no water. Water is provided by different agencies to these customers, but the delinquent accounts are being placed on the roll and will be collected through property taxes. When these customers receive their tax bills, the delinquent sewer charges will be included with their tax bills. Now, as I mentioned, this is an annual process that we go through, and of the 7 accounts, well, let me start off with, there were 11 accounts initially earmarked, and since that time, 4 have paid in full, so there are 7 now being recommended to be placed on the tax roll. And out of those 7 accounts, 5 of them are repeats. So these appear to be customers who choose to pay their sewer bills annually as part of the tax roll rather than monthly as the charges are incurred. Some of them may hope to get a tax benefit by paying it on their property tax roll, but whatever the case may be, these are primarily recurring type charges that go on the tax roll, and the total for these amounts that are past due is $7,206. So that concludes the brief report. The suggested action is to adopt a resolution authorizing the Sanitary District to place these direct assessments on the secured tax roll. So with that, I will be able to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? I have one.
I wanted
sorry, Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, Mark, how does this compare with previous years? Do you have any of those statistics handy?
I don't have the dollars handy, but I believe last year we did, I believe last year we may have done 5. As I said, five of the 7 are repeats, and I believe that the other 2 may not have been on last year's roll, but they may have been in previous years. I don't have the exact stats on that.
Any other questions? Do you know how many of them have been repeated more than once?
I believe that at least 2 of them are several years, 3 to 4 years, I think, as far as I can recall. But they are, yes, kind of a recurring practice for them, that they choose to pay their bills that way.
Okay. Any other questions? I'm going to open the public hearing. Do we have any people who would like to comment on this?
No.
No people to comment? Then I will close the public hearing and ask for comments from the council or a motion.
Madam Chair, I do not have any comments, but I'll move the approval as suggested action.
I'll second.
The motion and a second to adopt a resolution authorizing the Camarillo Sanitary District to place on the property of owners with delinquent utility accounts direct assessments on the fiscal year 2021 Ventura County Secured Property Tax Roll. There's a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Director Tremblay?
Yes.
Director Santangelo?
Yes.
Director Mulchay?
Yes.
Secretary Kildee?
Yes.
Chair Craven?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And with that action, I will once again recess the meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors until the City Council takes up item 11A, annual compensation, and we'll do that jointly.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. So we'll reconvene the meeting of the City Council, and I believe we are on departmental item 19A, racial equality and social justice.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. At the meeting of June 10th, during City Council comment, that agenda item, various council comments were made in response to social justice and racial equity issues. These comments also included questions regarding law enforcement policies, practices, and procedures, and a need to listen to the community, their concerns, and their experiences. No direction was provided to staff at that meeting during that agenda item. And since then, at the staff level, we have had discussions and shared ideas on how we can educate our community and provide an opportunity for the community to be heard by the City Council and other officials and agency leaders, and to have a community conversation about inclusion and equality. At the conclusion of Vice Mayor Santangelo's comments at that meeting, she requested support for a resolution supporting Black Lives Matter. The matter of that resolution was supported by Councilmember Mulchay. And per the policy, a council member may request an item on the agenda with the support of at least one other council member. This is the first opportunity to bring back this item for council discussion and direction. So I turn it over to you, Mayor and council, to provide any direction to staff or to provide us your comments.
Let me make a quick, thank you, Carmen. Let me make a quick inquiry on this. This is ordinarily, I think, Madam Vice Mayor, where you would make a presentation. But I'm just wondering from a procedural standpoint, maybe this is a question for Mr. Pierrick, we have several public comments for this item. Should we take those first? What's the sense of the council? All right, I'm hearing everybody agree with that. So let's take the public comments now. Jeffrey, please.
Sure.
Good evening.
Hi, is this Terry?
Yes, this is.
Hi, Terry. I'm calling you from the council chambers. It's time for your comments. Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. Please start by stating your name.
My name is Terry Denson, and I'm referring to an email message that I sent earlier over the weekend with an attachment, and I hope that the council members all received that. And just as a little recap, I really applaud the council for their willingness to discuss important issues of race equality and social justice. And Vice Mayor Santangelo's comments, I found that, as quoted in the Acorn last week, I found particularly interesting. We ask our cops to be mental health practitioners, substance abuse counselors, do on-the-spot conflict resolution, be school counselors, and on, and we expect them to do all this well with only 7 months of training. And I offered an article, which I hope came through, and it was from the June 11th, 2020 edition of High Country News. And it provides background about community-based crisis programs, such as one called Cahoots, and it's been going for 31 years in Eugene, Oregon. And although no single model works for every city, I think models such as this can help us in the future with our ongoing discussions about what is best for Camarillo. It's unfortunate that the meaning of the phrase defund the police has been grossly misinterpreted, and I know I didn't know what it really meant until I looked further into it. But as stated in the High Country News article, there's really no doubt that we need to reimagine what it looks like to get the right responder to the right situation at the right time. And we have a lot of resources here in Camarillo, and I think that we can get some of those resources to work with our law enforcement officers to the betterment of our community. So I hope that you receive the attachment and take time to look at it and maybe get in touch with some of those programs. The other thing I'd like to mention is when we get back to the live council sessions, I hope that there will still be an ability for us to call in comments, because many people in the community, for whatever reason, can't get to the council meetings in person, but they would still like to be able to speak and comment. So I hope there will be provisions for both in-person comments and also a phone-in thing. And so I'd like to close by thanking the council for their attention, and I hope that you take a look at that article. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey, may we have the next speaker, please?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Sorry, that didn't work. That went to voicemail, so I don't have any other phone numbers to call.
No. All right, so no other public comments then, Jeffrey?
No.
I
did want to mention before you move on about all the letters that I distributed that we received via email. So you had received, I think, 2 or 3 red folders. While you were in closed session, I received a bunch more emails after 5 o'clock, which I redistributed out. I don't know if you've been able to see that in your email. And since that time, I've received additional emails, which I haven't been able to distribute at all.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Jeffrey, and we'll let the record reflect that. And with regard to the individual who previously spoke, we did indeed receive that email with the attachment of the article on the Eugene, Oregon program. I just want to assure that speaker that we did, in fact, receive that information, so thank you. All right, that concludes comments on this item. Then I think the appropriate thing to do is to turn it over to Vice Mayor Santangelo to start this discussion.
Honestly, I didn't prepare anything, and I didn't because I think what I wanted to say I said at the last meeting, but since I have the opportunity, I wanted to address some conversations that I've had since I spoke at the last meeting, and clarify some things, and clarify some things that, as Ms. Denson just pointed out, about some misconceptions, and perhaps it was because I didn't communicate clearly enough, but I want to be really clear. First of all, I have the utmost respect for law enforcement. I especially have the utmost respect for our law enforcement. I worked in ERs here and other places for many, many years, and we worked really closely with police. I have taken care of police that have been injured, that have been shot, and I know that they are out there doing really hard work and risking their lives, and it's a job that I wouldn't want because it's a lot of pressure, and it's very difficult to make decisions very quickly in really high tense situations when your life is on the line or somebody else's life is on the line. So I absolutely respect the work. That being said, there is always room for improvement. I think that our issues with systemic racism in this country permeate everything we do. And that includes policing. And so we have to make sure that in our highest stress jobs, in the jobs where so much is on the line, lives are on the line, where we give people the ability to kill and injure in the interest of public safety, but nonetheless, they have that potential. But we need to make sure that we have the very best training and the very best policies. And it's okay to every once in a while stop and look at them again. It doesn't mean you're bad or you're not doing a good job. But there is a problem in this country. And just because we're Camarillo and we haven't had a huge problem here doesn't mean it can't happen. And I don't want to be that next place. I don't want to have a neighbor that's I don't want any of it. I want us to be the best we can, and I don't ever want to look back and say that when I was on the council, I missed an opportunity to be part of what our law enforcement does, and that doesn't mean that I'm an expert. And I said this last week, I am not. A couple people have called me out on the 7 months of training that VCSO puts their officers through. I got that from the website. I also read that there's ongoing training, that they have some specialized training, that they have recurrent annual training, but that's pretty common with every profession. So I wasn't overlooking any of that. What I was talking about was the initial basic training. If that's what I found out by looking at the website, then that's also what the public finds out by looking at the website. If the public wants to know more about the training, then I think we ought to take that opportunity. If we want to dive deep into what kind of training with use of force, with cultural competence, with social justice, within the police department, then I think we should take a look. And this is the opportunity to do that. There are a number of places and a number of programs like the one that Ms. Denson described, the Cahoots program. I think I mentioned last meeting that there are a number of organizations that have done a considerable amount of research and collected data. And so there are tons of resources for us out there to look at and to see if they make sense for us. I I know I used the chokehold versus stranglehold versus carotid hold example last meeting, and I think everybody heard, if you didn't, that shortly after that, and I'm sure it wasn't because of me, but Simi Valley Police Department suspended all types of neck holds, and so did BCSF. So I'm really happy to hear that. Would that have happened if this movement isn't going on across the country? I don't know. So that's why I want to take opportunity of this time to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and giving the police what they need and giving the community what they need. I want to give an example, and I've been trying to give small examples of what it would look like to allow the police to do what they do best, and not what they have morphed into over the past years, because we have, and I'm going to use that word defunded, because we have defunded other programs. We have defunded mental health. We have defunded social programs. We have defunded education. And because of that, instead of having a crisis team available, instead of having inpatient beds in mental health hospitals, we have the police having to respond to every crisis. Mr. Lorimore, when he made his comments, spoke about how Casa Pacifica, where I work, is one of the greatest utilizers of the sheriff, and we are. And so here's a story about a very young woman, preteen, teenage, who was with us for a long time and had a lot of trauma because of her past living experiences, and especially had problems with men, and one day climbed up on our roof, and we couldn't get her down. We had a couple people climb up there, but we essentially needed a good ladder and some strong people to help us get her down. So we tried to just get the fire department, but you can't do that. So we had fire department, and I believe we had 4 cop cars there. And one of the firemen was able to go up there and assist us in getting her down. And then, because the police were there, and because they have liability issues, because they can't leave somebody that they think may have been trying to hurt themselves, she was handcuffed, put in the back of the car. The clothing she was wearing, she had a hoodie with a string around it. The hoodie was, the strings were cut because it couldn't be pulled out. And then she was taken to the emergency room and then they sit in the emergency room, and then they wait for a behavioral health bed, and they wait for the crisis team. We begged the police to let her stay on campus. We just needed help getting her off the roof. We begged them. We said, this is where she needs to be. She needs our doctorate-level psychologist. She needs the people that know her. This is her home. And instead, the trauma that she went through, and I'm not blaming the police. Please hear me. They had to take her. My issue is why we had to have them there in the first place. And because of the system, because they had to take her, now we have this young girl who was traumatized most of her young childhood, especially by men, and is now handcuffed and put a police car and on and on. So that's an example of when I say, can we get the right responder to the right situation? That's what I'm talking about. I don't have all the answers. I'm not saying that every time there's a mental health issue that police shouldn't be involved. I am throwing possibilities out at us because I think we owe it to each other and to our community to explore all those possibilities. I'm not saying shut the police down. I'm not saying fire 3 of them. I'm not saying take their money away. I'm saying let's start from a place of common ground. Let's get a community group together. There are plenty of people that have talked to me and that have expressed an interest about being a part of a community group. Let's get them together, the stakeholders in our community together with the sheriff or somebody from the sheriff, whoever wants to be involved. And let's start by talking about what is the training? Why do these policies exist? Ask the police, what could you use to do your job better? And then hear from the community about what their experiences are. You know, our, where did I write it? We're something like 1.6% Black people in Camarillo. That comes out to about 1,600 people out of almost 70,000. And right now, the Black people in this country, our neighbors, are suffering, and they're tired. And it is my job to represent my community, even if there's only 1.6% of them. And so that's why I am speaking out for them. Our council is pretty white, me included. And that's why it's even more important that I speak for them. So, again, I am looking for us as a council who I think has come up with some solutions and some possibilities together before. And I'm looking to hear from all of you what your ideas of how we can go forward. I really do think it starts out with a presentation, and that it starts out with inviting the community, and it starts out with a very frank question and answer and sharing of information. And I think we start from there. And I don't know where that goes, but I know that there are a lot of things for us to learn and share with each other. So I'd like to hear from all of you what you think about us attempting to do that. And then finally, the one concrete thing that I do know that I think is really important is that I would like a resolution saying that the city supports Black Lives Matter. I think that the Black people who live in Camarillo need to know that we have their back and that we understand. I can never understand what a Black person goes through in this country, never, and I won't pretend to, and I won't pretend to speak for them. But I want them to know that I'm listening to them and that I hear them. And I think that's important if you live in this city to know that the leaders of your city hear you. So I will leave it at that.
I have one question, Your Honor.
Mrs. Craven.
You said you thought it, maybe I heard you wrong. You wanted it to start with a community group, various stakeholders and the public, and then you said it needs to start with a presentation. Is the presentation you're talking about to us or to the community group only?
Both. I think we all need an opportunity to have the same information and to understand it so we can process it and work with the community. You know, I don't know if this means that we establish a community police group or if we just open it up right now to a big open town hall presentation type thing and then see who's interested. I'm open to ideas. I would even be open to hearing from the community what they think they want. And maybe Carmen has some ideas as well.
I can give a few comments, or I can wait for other questions. You're on mute.
Sorry, now I'm on unmute. Go ahead, Mrs. Craven.
Okay. I have a few thoughts. I think whatever we do, it needs to start with us. If there's going to be a presentation, I think we need to have it here. Well, I say here because I'm at City Hall, but the presentation needs to be made through City Hall to the council. The same presentation can be made at the same time to a community group, however we're going to do that. But it needs to start with us. We're the ones responsible. We're the ones who are going to be making decisions. We need to hear it first or at the same time as the group. I don't know what kind of community group we'd have. I personally would think maybe several town halls, try to get as much representation as we can, and those town halls maybe would be by district or something, so that it wouldn't be all the same people showing up at 5 town halls, because we want to hear as many, or I want to hear as many people as we can. I'm going to let you guys speak for yourselves. But I do understand under the law, the same people can come and talk at every meeting, but I'd like to hear what a lot of people say instead of hearing 20 people 5 times. Those are my comments.
Like me to comment? Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Kildee, followed by Mr. Mulchay. Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I think that very valid points, and any communication that we can have is always a good thing. I'm willing to sit down and communicate with anybody on any issue. My suggestion would be that it pertains to Camarillo, and that's who I have my jurisdiction over, is in Camarillo. And if there's something going on in Camarillo, I want to know about it. I think that's critical. I have no idea how challenging it would be to be a black person in this country. They're the backbone of our society here. They're extremely, extremely important. Anything we can do to promote and enhance their lives is a really, really good thing. I have several of my customers that are black or of color, however we want to refer them to as such. Tremendous, tremendous people, tremendous. Every single one of them that I've met as a customer of my business have been tremendous. I've gotten to know a lot of them very personally, and I feel very blessed that I have. I have a really good friend of mine that I had to think really hard that he's black, because I just refer to him as Greg. I don't see color with him, and I'm hoping that this country at some point will get to that point. I really believe that at some point they are, and this country will. I believe that. As far as a town hall meeting, yes, I'd like to be part of that. I think it really would be important for us to develop the criteria so it could be meaningful and productive with this. And I think we could educate all of us here. And it's, knowledge is important. Knowledge is power. Continuously learning is important. I'm a continuous learner on this council. There's not a day go by as a council member that I don't learn something. It's a continuous educational experience that I've had here. And, absolutely we can start this. I think we'll all be the better for it as well. So those are my thoughts.
Well, it's my turn to, I'm sorry, it's not my turn. It's Sean's turn. I apologize. Mr. Mulchay.
This is a topic that's been, all the comments I made the last council meeting, I stand by each one of them. This is a topic that's spoken, has been discussed and debated on a national forum, and I even read the Acorn where they're talking, we're talking about national issues. this is a national issue only to the extent which it's being debated on TV and you're seeing people marching on city streets across the nation. It's really a local issue. The feds and the state are not going to necessarily tell, they're not going to necessarily, there's an issue. And the solution is likely not going to come from the feds or even to the state for that matter. It's really going to be on our individual cities and those who are responsible for overseeing the respective contracts and their police services, whether that's, in-house, like, say, the city of Oxnard, or whether it's a contracted service like our city in Camarillo. Sue, I want to respond to a few comments that Susan made because there's certain things that she kind of touched on that resonated with me. We talked about, the police, defunding the police has gotten a bad, if you don't look past just the title, you would think it had a really negative connotation to it, and I can understand how that's derived. But when you really look into it, it's about making things better. How do we, and this is something that I would think it's not, this isn't racial in any way, in that we want our police force, and how they conduct themselves, to be efficient and effective. We want them and fair. That's something that I think they want. It's something that we want. It's something the community wants. And so I don't, the fact that we as a nation even have to discuss a lot of this, we have to discuss whether or not we agree with whether or not Black Lives Matter, is, to me, I'm like, maybe I'm living on a different planet, but I'm past that. I've been past it a long time ago. Why do we even have to have this discussion? But I understand how and why it's necessary, because there are still some struggles. There are quite a few struggles in this country. Susan made a reference to how Black people in this country are tired. And that one word resonated with me because I have a coworker, and I asked her, she's Black, I asked her how she feels about this whole situation and whatnot. And one word, she just looked at me and she said, and she's an older woman. She's seen a lot in her time, and she grew up in the South, and she lived all across the country. Now she lives here in our community, and she said, "I'm tired. I'm just tired. I've been through this more times than I can count, and I'm just wondering when am I really going to see substantial changes?" There have been, I'll admit, there have been improvements. It's not like it was 50 years ago, but I would have thought that we would have come a lot further, a lot faster. And how many times do we have to go through this? How many times do we have to bring this to the national limelight? How many times do we have to have this discussion and continue fighting or arguing and debating about something that should just come as human beings, should just come so natural to us? Yeah. When it comes to ideas, actually, let me back up really quick. I'm in favor of a discussion. I'm in favor of discussing this. I agree with both Susan and Charlotte's comments and suggestions about how we should approach this. The community should be involved, as should we. I think we should be helping drive that conversation. When it comes to ideas and solutions, what I would really like to see, and I got to put my other hat on here too. I got to put, I'm trying to walk in a lot of people, put myself in a lot of other people's shoes to the best I can. And I definitely, there's improvements to be made. I definitely want to be very conscious and recognize how difficult it is to be a police officer, not just in this current political climate, but just on a day-to-day basis. It is not easy. It is tough as nails. I've seen that, and like I said before, I know a lot of police officers. I have a lot of friends who are police officers. I have relatives who are police officers currently and retired, and one who worked in the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. And over some time, it can scar you. The things you see and the situations you have to deal with, and the fact that you deal with people on their worst day. And that when you go out on a call, you have to be prepared literally for anything. You have no idea what you're walking into. And when a call goes out for, as I, in my ride-along, as I encountered, we had a domestic disturbance call here in Camarillo. And it was boyfriend-girlfriend fighting. One of them, the boyfriend was drunk and he was unwilling to leave his girlfriend's apartment. And I think I've referenced this one situation before because I said how the police officer had to wear multiple hats in that situation. But also, after he kept me at arm's we were on this little catwalk or hallway, narrow hallway, and he kept me at the far end and away from the whole situation and nearest the stairs. So as he said, if things go south, you can get out of here quick, because oftentimes those are the calls, and you think, oh, it's just a boyfriend and girlfriend fighting. You don't know what's going to happen on those calls, and sometimes those are often the deadliest calls, because you think it is one thing and it turns out to be another. Well, perhaps the boyfriend is drunk and he has a weapon and he's inside the house or the apartment and you don't know where he is. The girlfriend's outside and you have to console her and she's not in the proper frame of mind. You have to enter that. You have to locate the individual and you have to make sure they're not armed. You don't know what their state of mind. And even for that matter, you don't know the other individual's state of mind. Say in this situation, the girlfriend is beside herself, but there have been situations where the police officer will need to isolate and make sure he controls the boyfriend, but all of a sudden the girlfriend might turn on him, and all of a sudden he's he's got two people potentially on him, and he's in a bad situation. You literally don't know what you're walking into from call to call, and it's oftentimes the most remedial or what you think would be a straightforward and simple call turns into something completely different, which puts you in a situation of life and death. So I say all that because what I'm trying to get at is a lot of these solutions that we're seeking, we're going to seek input from this council, where we seek input absolutely from the public, but I'm kind of looking to the sheriff's department and trying to provide a good path forward, reasonable solutions to where they can still, I don't want to tie their hands, I don't want to inhibit their ability to do their job effectively, but where they can still be effective, but in a manner which mitigates some of these issues. And I'm looking for a lot of the answers that come from within. I've read, as has been distributed from the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, and I know it's been distributed to all of us. I'm trying to bring it up here. The Ventura County Sheriff's hiring, training, and reporting and accountability, about a 10-page review or overview, I should say, of these things. Excuse me. And I read through that and I say, heck yeah, awesome, that's terrific. I think there's a lot of good and meaningful stuff here. Same with policy. We can change, we try to force changes in policies. We can say that, try to force the Ventura County Sheriff that under no circumstances are you to shoot at a moving vehicle. Okay, that seems like on the surface. I went through the 8 Can't Wait campaign and a lot of their asks when it comes to policy changes. But then I got to put myself in a situation. If that moving vehicle is either coming at me, saying I'm a police officer, if it's coming at me, or it's coming at me and directly behind me are, I don't know, innocent bystanders, then I'm now speaking for myself. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop that car. And if that involves using deadly force on an individual who is clearly coming straight at me and intends to do me and or other people harm, I'm going to use every option afforded to me. And that's one situation where I can't tell the police officer not to use force on that moving vehicle. So I don't want to say that we're going to issue these blanket policy demands, stringent policy demands, because they don't cover or account for every situation a police officer might find themselves in. And we can't even begin to fathom how many different situations that these officers encounter on a daily basis or throughout the course of their career. So I am looking to them. for some ideas where they think they can move the ball forward in a meaningful way, while at the same time not feeling like they're being hamstrung and being made incapable of doing their job. So here's one idea, right? I'll provide a first idea, and it's one that I involved myself in, the ride-along program. I learned an incredible amount in riding along with a police officer. I haven't looked at demographics. I haven't requested demographics or data as to who rides along or who requests ride-alongs with the Ventura County Sheriff. I'm going to just go on a limb and assume that it skews old and white. And I would, and aside from those who are probably involved in the Explorer program, but it was very eye-opening for me to participate in that program, to run. I stayed with a police officer for almost the full length of the shift, almost 8 hours, until I think 2 o'clock in the morning, and we had several different calls. Each call was different. We took a suspect to the county jail, and they involved everything from, like I said, domestic disturbance to public intoxication to shoplifting to we pulled one person over because they had expired registration and they happened to be on probation. We did a search of the car and turned up a whole lot of drugs, and they were deemed to be under the influence while driving. Right? So you never know. You'll pull one person over for one thing, and it'll turn into it'll kind of cascade into a whole other. But where the sheriff's department can reach out to communities of color and try to make some overtures to where we can do our best, but they can do their best to invite some of these people in and have them do a ride along. It's not just for the benefit of those individuals, but it's also the benefit of the police officer who's able to build a relationship with that young black man or young Latino woman, and that they can see each other as human beings as opposed to someone who's on one side of the law or the other. And that's just simply getting to know one another. I know goes quite a ways, and I just think it does a lot of good. I have a few little side things to add, and some questions. I don't expect answers to any of these questions right now because I'm kind of putting staff or even Commander Tennyson on the spot. I don't expect you guys to have answers right off the top. But how I am curious as to how we. I don't think I've gone through it here on the council yet in renewing the Ventura County Sheriff's contract. But how do we, as a city, do we conduct a review and assessment of police services, conduct, how efficient or effective they are, their job? Have we set those expectations? Do we know what we're working towards? What are we working towards? I hope that it goes past the simple numbers of, all right, how many people have we arrested, and how many calls have we answered. You go past that. I like our homeless program and what Deputy Dyer is doing, because it's not just like how many homeless people has he made in contact with every month, but it's what have been the positive outcomes through his contact. Well, we were able to reunite a man living in the riverbed with his family in, I think it was Oregon or Washington State, one of the two, and we were able to reunite him and get him, off the streets of Camarillo and back into the arms of his family, where he can help rehabilitate himself and get back into society. Are we measuring ourselves on those? I have a few friends growing up in Camarillo. I've come face to face with a police officer a few times, and they've always been rather gracious to me. And I've probably gotten let off on things that I probably should have got a ticket on, to be quite honest. And I'm hoping and they issued me a ticket, or had I incurred an infraction, then maybe I'd be in a different place than where I am right now. And that's something to consider. You know, are we affording everyone an equal opportunity? I have a friend, one friend in particular, and he's born and raised here in Camarillo. I won't say his name or anything or give out too many details. He's been arrested since 2014. He's been arrested 19 times, almost all for low-grade infractions. He struggled with depression. He had a really bad run of luck around the last recession, and his whole life went sideways. It was totally out of his control, but his whole life went sideways. He lost a lot of loved ones, and he fell into drug addiction. Never sold or anything. He was just a consumer of it. But he's since then, and he found himself homeless and on the street. He had been picked up. He's been arrested 19 times. Like I said, almost all for minor infractions. He's had, from his last count, he's had over 50 interactions with police since that time, since he found himself on the street. And most of it was being picked up, cited for sleeping in his car, or picked up and cited for suspicion of being under the influence. A lot of those things, nothing really came of them. But each time he's picked up and he's cited or he's dragged into court, there's a fee that comes with it. And he's been under this mountain of $20,000 in fines from all of his different court appearances and everything else. And he has struggled in paying all those off. He hasn't been able to get out from under it. He doesn't really have a support network out there, and he kind of lives day by day, and he lives off the grace of friends, and that's kind of it. And so he's kind of found his own way in life, but he's struggling under this mountain of fees, court fees. He can't afford to pay. He keeps setting up payment plans, and the second he skips one, he gets picked up. He doesn't have a vehicle. He's been picked up, and his car. He's probably gone through, since I've reconnected with him since high school. He's probably gone through 4 cars in the last 5 years, because all of them have gotten picked up and impounded. And almost all the time he's trying to drive to and from work, usually, or he's running an errand for himself. He doesn't really leave the house outside to go into work. But he cannot get out of the system. He is in this endless loop, and he just gets recycled and again. He's got probation or whatever it's called. Yeah, and up until there were times where every other week a police officer would knock on his door, and under the terms they can search his house, and they come in and they search him, and then say we think you're under the influence. They haul him off and throw him in county jail for a night, and then he gets released, and usually no charges come with that, and that's just that. But he can't get out of this cycle, and he's a well-meaning individual. He's got a heart of gold, and he definitely has some skeletons in his closet. He definitely has some issues he's trying to work through. But at no point has anyone ever given him, let's say, at no point has anyone from government, whether it's Ventura County Sheriff or the county or any kind of organization, ever said, hey, we need to help you. We want to help you. He's not one to ask for help. But he's one who can definitely use it. And he just gets recycled into the system every few weeks he gets picked up and then spit back out. And it disrupts his life. It disrupts his work. He misses a lot of work. He'll lose jobs. He's lost jobs over it because he gets picked up so often. And it's these situations. There is, aside from systemic racism, there's a systemic issue with our system and our criminal justice system as a whole, as it exists. It's been profiled many times before Black Lives Matter came about well before the recent deaths and the protests. But I feel like nothing's really ever come of it. And we need to, and I know it's not a problem that the city of Camarillo can solve necessarily, but there's definitely a need for reform when it comes to the greater system. Because there are a lot of people who are struggling, and he's one individual is not someone of means, and he can't afford to get out. Whereas I know other people who come from families of means, and they've gotten arrested for some rather significant things, and they hired the right attorney, and nothing came of it, and they got right out. And so, having the means can definitely set two individuals apart and set you on one track in life or another. And when it comes to something like this, I don't think that should be a thing, or a delineating factor. That's pretty much all I kind of got on this. I was just looking forward to having more of a conversation, share our respective stories, and find a way forward. I think we're at a watershed moment in both this country, and coronavirus is one of them. But I think this criminal justice, social justice issue is a whole another. So Susan, to wrap up here for me, Susan, I will reiterate your support for a proclamation that City of Camarillo say that, yes, Black lives do matter. Like I said 2 weeks ago, just because I say Black lives matter doesn't mean everyone else's life doesn't matter. If we want all lives to matter, then we got to first say that, yeah, the Black lives matter. And once Black lives matter, then all lives can matter. We need to stop fighting this stupid argument that somehow because we're trying to shine a spotlight on some of the racial inequalities that still exist in our country, and trying to bring equity to those who's simply more their skin is just simply a different color. They have no control over that. No, we don't get to choose how we come out. I don't get to choose my family. I don't get to choose my sex. I guess I can now a little bit, but we don't get to choose our skin color. We shouldn't be judged. Our whole life shouldn't be somehow destined based on those things. No, it goes back to the content and character and what you make the drive you have inside you. That's what matters. That's what should set your course. Not because I came out the wrong skin color. That should not matter for any one of us. So, and I do, and I see it. I see it. I see the inequalities. Like Susan said, I can't put myself in those shoes either. I haven't lived the inequalities. I've witnessed them. I still witness them. I see them on TV on a nightly basis right now. I see the issues. So, yeah, and like Susan, like what you said, I can't sit here. I can't reasonably sit here and see everything that's progressing around us, everything that's moving around us, and I don't want to look back in 20 years and say, yeah, I just sat there and didn't do anything. I just sat there and wasn't willing to talk about those issues and how they affect the members of our community. Because they certainly do. The letters that we received tonight, they certainly do. And I shouldn't point out that a lot of these, from the several letters that we have, and I've been trying to read them through our council meeting, because I want to make sure I give, that each of these weigh with me. Several of the Black people I know that live in our community, a lot of them work out at the base. A lot of them are in our military. I can't think of they're in all walks of life. They're members of different parts of our fabric of our society. They serve in our military. They're our business owners. They're our customers. They're our neighbors. They're our friends. In my case, some of them are my family. And yeah, we shouldn't see color, nor should one's color determine whether or not you have a fair shot at life and your dreams and happiness or attaining your goals. It just shouldn't be a thing. And we should have been past this a long, long time ago. And the fact that we're not is disturbing and unfortunate. And whatever we can do to try to right that ship a little bit, then all the better, because we're going to impact some people's lives, and that's what we're all here to do. So I will get off my soapbox now. Thank you.
Your Honor, I know I already spoke, but could I just answer one thing that
Sure, Mrs. Craven, go ahead.
At the last meeting, I think Susan gave the impression, at least I understood it, that when our sheriff's contract came up again, we would look at it, and Sean just said something about that. That's not the way it has worked here or works. The original city council approved a contract with the sheriff's department. And since then, it has rolled over and the costs have changed. The council approves when we add a car, when we add a new program, when we add a new patrol or something like that. And that's put into the budget, and we approve the overall budget. Sometimes in October, it's come back and we've had to look at the budget again and increase it because the union contract at least used to come up in October. But the Sheriff's Department contract does not come up like other contracts for us to approve every year or every 5 years. The city manager handles that. But if the city council wants to look at that, we can ask that it be brought to. But I'm just responding to your two comments. And my hands are going to where you are on my screen. That's why I'm doing that. But your comments made it seem like you thought the contract was going to be coming back. It isn't like any other service, like a service contract. So I just wanted to explain that for everybody.
Sean, did you want to be heard again?
I did. And thank you, Charlotte, for that, because I think that's important information. I will say, I mean, I a lot of things considered, I would like to see it come before us. My intention is not to cancel it or quote unquote defund it. But what's really shocking to me, and I know this council, I mean, in the almost now 2 years that I've been on the council, you know, we have really belabored a lot of different service contracts. And we've looked at our tree trimming, or we've looked at our chamber contract, and we have some of those things we have picked apart. And our question has always been, is this the best use of this money? Are we really getting the best bang for our buck? Or what are our objectives? What are our goals? How do we measure the effectiveness of this contract, whether it's achieving the outcomes we want? So when we're talking about the sheriff's contract, this is no disrespect to the sheriff whatsoever or the police officers. This is simply, for me, this is a matter of pragmatism. The fact that it does account for nearly 50%. I mean, it's just shot by 50% of our budget, $18 million annually. That's a lot of money to effectively not, I'm going to use the word scrutinize. I don't mean it in a negative connotation, but really just look at it and just make sure that we're being efficient with that money, that the sheriff is being efficient with it, and that our community is best served with that money. I have no problem spending $18.1 million, I think it's about approximately what it is. I have no problem spending $18 million a year if it means that that our community is safe and is getting the best policing it can get. But we don't really know that unless we look at it. So I want to do the pragmatic thing and look at it and ask the sheriff, are there ways to move, rather than just roll things over? If we've been rolling things over, we've been rolling it over for 30 years. You know, more than that. I read Charlotte's lips. But it wouldn't hurt to look at it and say, is this best? Are there cost savings? Are there opportunities to where we can be more effective? Or Maybe we could hold the line at 18. Maybe we all agree that $18 million, that's a fine number. There are ways to where we can increase, with utilizing money, we can increase the quality of service or the desired outcomes we want in our community and how the police help execute that. Just for everything else we spend so much time belaboring, contract or otherwise, I can't understand why we wouldn't do it to this as well. Public safety is number one. It has been and always will be. It'll be number one when it comes to our community and what our residents expect. You know, Camarillo has been able to hang its hat on the fact that we are a very safe community. That should not change. And anyone, I know without a doubt that all five of us believe that we have no intention of making our community less safe. But what I want to do, I want to find ways there are to make the community more safe. Is there a way to improve the services we do offer to our residents? Now, are there greater initiatives that the police or the sheriff can take in reaching out to the community and building greater bridges, particularly to those who come from say a lower socioeconomic area, or those who are of color, because that's what we're talking about right now. But where we can build those stronger bridges with them, and maybe we can do it without spending a single dime, but we can do it by simply reutilize, looking at how we spend that money. So, okay, now I'm done.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Santangelo.
Thank you, Charlotte, for explaining that. I guess I thought that eventually the contract would come to us, and I have to share with what Sean expressed, that it's stunning to me that something that's almost 50% of our budget, and that is such a important part of our community, and that we don't look at it. And I think that's something that should change. And if we need something concrete, I think that contract should be able to be, I think scrutinized is a perfect word for it, just like we do every other contract. I don't know why it would be any different. And I think we also, and perhaps through this process, can identify some metrics, some goals that we have as a city. But that needs to be something that we look at, just like any other contract.
Your Honor, can I make a comment, please?
Yes, Mr. Kilby.
Well, first of all, I want to shed a little bit of light. I don't want to get the impression out there that we have never looked at this contract. We do look at this contract. As a matter of fact, several years ago, we looked pretty extensively about perhaps not having Ventura County Sheriff be our police. As a matter of fact, the city of Thousand Oaks several years ago did quite an extensive study on this and found that it was very much more cost-effective to stay with the county. And all of the services that they provide that we get the benefit of, that we typically don't always pay 100% of what it costs the county to provide that service for us. One of them's the crime lab, for instance. Costs them way more money to fund the crime lab than what our contract does. And one of the beauties about having a contract is that you can either increase it or you can decrease it. Basically, how the contract goes with the county is what is the level, in this particular case, of police services that the city wants. So we have the conversation with them about what level of service that we want, and we fund that service. And if you run into some budgetary issues like we did this year and we did in 2000 and 2008, we can actually cut back on that. When the economy's better, when we're expanding our city, we can add a unit on or we can take the unit off. So I don't want to give the impression that we're rubber stamping this contract or anything. We're not doing that. It's a very unique contract, and totally agree that if we want to sit down line by line and go through this contract, we certainly can. When I was first elected, I did that. I went all through the contract and said, how do we get to where we were? How do we get to here? What's the level of service? What's the national average that a city of Camarillo size needs for their police department? How many police officers do they need? Those statistics are somewhat difficult to get, but you can get a matrix on that. So again, as much detail, we can certainly do that here. But I don't want to give the impression that we're rubber stamping and that we're not looking at this contract and we're just doing it because that's what they say that we need to do. It's been much more detail is involved. But remember, they are county employees. They are not City of Camarillo employees here. And there's state regs and there's county regs that they have to adhere to. And we contract out with them for the level of service that we want. And we have found several times that it's more, in some cases, much more efficient to contract out rather than to have your own police department. So I just want to try to shed a little bit. These questions I think are very valid, totally support them, but I just want to try to shed a little bit of light on that issue as well.
Well, I have a few thoughts that I want to share. When I spoke at the last council meeting, I said that this is a time for listening to one another and for good faith, inclusive dialogue, and I meant it. We need to have a thoughtful and an honest conversation with each other about potential policing reforms in our society. And I welcome that conversation. And it's not to say critical of what's going on right now. I think having a conversation about this is healthy. I think the discussion, having reflected on this over the last couple of weeks, I think the discussion about police reforms is part of a much, much larger conversation that our American society needs to have. There exists historical, systemic inequality in our society, and we need to acknowledge that, and we need to address it honestly. And the only way to do that is through listening to one another and having respectful dialogue, and that's particularly the case where we may not agree with one another on issues. And we need to be able to do that. So we're here locally. That's national, and we're here locally in Camarillo. So what do? And bringing it back to where our conversation was a while ago, I think a local community conversation with stakeholders is the best way to start. And having the ability to listen to others' experiences and to hear their thoughts on policing and their thoughts on suggested reforms, that informs my decision-making. Susan, you said something that struck me when you were speaking about the percentage of African Americans in Camarillo. Let me state it on the alternative side. I view my job as a member of the city council and as mayor to listen to everyone in our community, and that's critically important. I do have some specific topics that I want to learn more about on the policing side. And as you know, I've been very supportive of the police department. But there are a lot of things. I am not a police expert, and I have a lot to learn. But some of the things I am particularly interested in talking about and hearing people's experiences are on de-escalation techniques. And as you read in the Ventura County Sheriff's Department FAQ sheet, 92% of the patrol officers in the county are trained in crisis intervention. I'd like to know more about that. And that crisis intervention is also on the mental health side as well as on other areas. I'd like to learn a little more about use of force policies. And I need to receive some more education on that. I am interested in exploring, you asked about ideas, I am interested in exploring the idea of having the city fund one or more non-law enforcement positions. Let me back up. I'm interested in exploring the idea of having the city possibly fund one or more non-law enforcement positions in mental health outreach. And one of the catalysts for that has been, I think a very successful approach has been Project Hope. It's been the city's Project Hope on homelessness, where through a RISE grant, there has been a specialist with Ventura County Behavioral Health who has worked in conjunction with the Camarillo Police Department and our outstanding Deputy Chris Dyer, Senior Deputy Chris Dyer, on homelessness issues. That's a very small example, but one that has kind of been resonating with me or staying with me. There have been, my comments at the last meeting, there have been calls for defunding police departments. And as I said at the last meeting, to me, that approach is counterproductive to ensuring public safety. And public safety is local governments and is our highest obligation. And that's why I said what I said at the last meeting on defunding police departments. And I acknowledge, in the last couple of weeks, there's been an awful lot of discussion and an entire variety or diversity of opinions on what that means. But there's at least one reform group out there, if not others, who are talking about fully defunding police departments, and I just don't agree. I can't agree with it. So, on the other hand, a community conversation process involving all stakeholders is beneficial, and I welcome it. And then my view is that after having a community conversation, and I want to talk about that in just a minute, if we want to consider a resolution on specific policing reforms or other changes, then to me that's the appropriate time to do so, after having been informed by first having that conversation. And part of that can be reviewing our contract. I mean, the fact is we have 3 members on this council, myself included, who are in our first terms, who have not previously reviewed in detail our contract with the Sheriff's Department. So I think that's entirely appropriate. What I would suggest is that we ask Carmen to work with Commander Tennyson to suggest a process for that discussion. I agree with Charlotte. I think it needs to start with us. It needs to start with the City Council. And I'm not resolved yet as to exactly what that process would look like. But I would like Ms. Nichols and Commander Tennyson to come back to us with a suggestion on what that could look like so we could try to implement it. And even in this time of COVID-19, which presents a particular challenge, try to figure out a way to implement that. So those are my comments, and I'll turn it back to all of you for additional comments. Mr. Kildee?
I agree with that. I think that, we can certainly do the resolution, but I think we have to get, input to put in the resolution first. So I agree that that would be the first step, exactly how you lined it, you made that out to be.
I just want to be clear. The resolution that I'm asking for is one that says that the city supports Black Lives Matter, regardless of what we do with police. I think it's important that we make that statement, that we boldly make that statement.
Ms. Craven?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. I do believe that I think it would be good to look at the contract. I don't think that contract should come back to us every year to examine every little part of it. Police services take a lot longer time to plan. It's not as easy to change as it is a tree trimming contract. The programs are a whole lot different. The programs have a lot more impact on our community, and to be bouncing it around with council discussion and changing it every year, I think just wouldn't work. I think we need to focus when we get into these discussions. We can't be talking about one person who climbed up on a roof or one person who has a drug habit that hasn't been resolved. I think we need to talk about the community as a whole. And I need to say that I fully support the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. I think they've done an excellent job for us. We have, for our size, I know Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks always brag about being one of the lowest crime rates in the nation. That is for a city of over 100,000 population. Somehow that never gets put in the paper. We are a city under 100,000. We're usually just as safe. We just don't make the headlines. We've never sent out press releases. But we are an extremely safe city if you look at the statistics, and we usually do it with about 0.75 officers per 1,000 people, which is a very, very low rate of officers. I think it was my third year on the council. I got out the contract and scrutinized it, just as Kevin said he did his first year. But the council has never looked at it, and I think you were on a committee, Mr. Kildee, one time with one other council member to look at it, and that was after Thousand Oaks itself had looked at forming its own police department. We never got that far in that conversation. We have always supported the Sheriff's Department because how can I say this? There are two small cities in this county that have their own police departments, and their budgets have problems because they have their own police departments. They really do. I think we need to look at all of this. I think we need to look at it locally, what our police department is doing for the city of Camarillo. I think that we can take into consideration, look and see if problems that are occurring other places have occurred here, are occurring here, if there's a potential. But I don't think we need to change everything just because something's happening someplace else. And I don't know, I haven't heard what everybody has to say on this, but from what I've read, Black Lives Matter is an organization. I will not be able to support a resolution that says I, as a city council, support an organization. I can support something that say the lives of black people matter. I would also want to bring back something, the lives of brown people matter. The lives of all people matter to me. But I don't think you can single out one little group. We've got a lot of different groups here, and they all matter.
May I?
That's good. Ms. Santangelo, followed by Mr. Mulchay.
3 points. First of all, while I agree that policing has a lot to do with the safety of a city, there are a lot more factors involved which determine whether a city is safe or not. And a lot of those other factors have to do with the social programs that the residents and the community are able to access. the idea of having the community come together, and the reason I shared my story was to give an example of how I thought, rather than having a police officer respond to that, that the police officer could have not responded and done what they are needed to do if there was perhaps another service available. So I was just trying to, and I was also trying to show how, and not any fault of the police officers, but the damage that interaction had on that child. And so while we think that, as well-intended as police are, you have to understand to children that have been traumatized, to homeless people, to people who are addicted to drugs or alcohol, to people that are afraid, who are struggling, a police officer can be very intimidating. And so just because of that, sometimes maybe it's not the best choice. Maybe there are alternatives to how we respond to people in crisis in our community. But the reason, even more so, that when we're talking about Black people and when we're talking about systemic racism, that those stories matter is because if you're not Black, you don't know those stories. And since we have such a small amount of them in our community, unless you're willing to listen to those stories, to those voices, to those people, you won't have any idea of what they're going through. So those stories are the crux of this. Their voices are the foundation of how we find out what's really happening, not just for my life, but for their lives. So those stories are really important. And the final piece, Black Lives Matter is a movement. It is not an organization. There are people leading the movement. And yes, of course, all lives matter. But right now, Black people are still oppressed. They are still the victims of systematic racism. They are tired, and we need to stand up for them. Black Lives Matter, we need to say it as a city. It doesn't mean that other lives don't matter. It doesn't mean that other people don't have challenges. It doesn't mean that brown people don't have challenges or yellow people don't have challenges. That's not what it means. It means that right now that we see as a city that Black people are oppressed by systemic racism, by overt racism, and that we are committed to see that change, and that we are hearing them and hearing their pain and hearing their struggle and hearing their exhaustion.
Who would like to go next? Mr. Mulchay?
Yeah, hearing their stories is important, and putting a face to the situation and the issue is important. I think that's how we as individuals best resonate and understand those things. I know that's how I do. We can look at the data, and the data will say one thing, but sometimes you have to get past the data, and you really have to get down to people's lives and their individual stories and how they're impacted. And when you start taking a story and a story and a story and a story and a story, and you build that, and you look at, you get the picture from all those. Our whole community and all of its members are built. Each have their own individual story. And what we're talking about is the small percentage of people who comprise our community who right now are kind of living a different story and experiencing life, whether it's in our city or elsewhere, in just simply a different way. I think that's what it's what humanizes this. It's how I connect to it. And it's how I've come to understand it. It's simply by honestly going out and speaking to the friends and the coworkers of mine of color, and actually and genuinely just having a genuine, good-hearted discussion about the situation and what it's like in their shoes. And when you hear it from them, you're like, wow, that's it's probably something I truly would not glean from reading an article in the newspaper or watching 16 Minutes or anything else. It's when you have the person standing right in front of you and you hear the story from their mouth, and you see the expression on their face as they conjure back up that experience. That's when you really you come to understand this issue. In terms of the proclamation, I wrote something out. I don't know if this would satisfy. I understand Charlotte's concern with committing to an organization. This is beyond an organization. There's something called the Black Lives Matter Global Network. I don't know if it's a formal organization or that's just someone threw up a website. There's a lot of people, and this whole thing, by the way, there's a lot of people who are all trying to wave their own respective flag and because when you don't have a centralized group or centralized organization, this is when messaging and understanding of a movement starts to get watered down and muddied up. Is that all these different actors, all these different people are all striving to try to take the mantle and say, I represent this cause, and they're all kind of pulling it in their own respective way. So I know that the Black Lives Matter, the concept of Black Lives Matter organization conjures up, feelings in certain people. I can't imagine just saying that Black Lives Matter, just a moral thing. I can't find anyone who would disagree with that. I don't know if this language is acceptable to everyone. That the City of Camarillo would issue a proclamation that Black Lives Matter and the City of Camarillo recognizes the racial inequality and social justice issues that persist in our society, and that we're committed to addressing them as they exist in our community. I don't know if that's something that would be acceptable to everyone. I just wrote it down, and I'm just trying to figure it out. We can talk about this forever, I know.
No, thank you, Mr. Wilczek. Actually, I want to be heard on that issue specifically. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. But there's a difference between that statement of morality, I think as you put it, Sean. There's a difference between that versus the endorsement of a platform with many objectives sought by a movement. Susan, you characterize it as a movement and not an organization with the very same name. My thought, and this was my request of you, Susan, and it could be to Sean too, depending, because Sean, it looks like you took out your pen and started writing. But respectfully, if we want to consider a resolution, to me, it should be in writing, and it should be discussed, and if appropriate, amended, and thoroughly discussed, like you talked about how much we've discussed different contracts before we are asked to adopt it. And we don't have any kind of resolution. We have nothing in writing in front of the council. So respectfully, my thought would be that if you want to bring a resolution to the council to consider, then bring one in writing that we can all look at, have time to think about, and then talk to each other in this public setting about language that either we like or don't like, etc., and go from there. That would be my
ahead of time.
Sure, we could even have it ahead of time, but that would be my request, Susan. That and Sean, that would be my request, that we do it in that way. At least on my short tenure on this council, less than 4 years, I'm trying to sit here and recall a resolution that's ever been adopted that has been a verbal resolution. I can't think of one.
No, I don't think we have either.
To be fair in these circumstances, I think it should be in writing. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, I wasn't looking for like a verbal, I didn't know if the council was even interested in any type of proclamation or resolution. So it was trying to get the buy-in for that first.
It's hard to answer that question I'm going to respond without seeing what's in front of you, and I mean that in the most respectful way possible, right? So it's just, since we don't have anything in front of us, it's hard to respond in that way. So
that's fair, and also, you know, when we've had other proclamations or things like that, it's not been something where the wording was closely scrutinized. So usually it's kind of a staff thing, and it just gets put together, and we do it. So.
Oh, some of them have been scrutinized.
Go ahead, Mr. Cody.
Just another suggestion. I mean, we could send it to a committee, too, and have a committee help write that. I mean, if we want to do it, that's just another suggestion. We don't have to do it that way, but we could if we wanted.
I guess my thought on that, Mr. Kildee, I respect that, but I think it's best that just all five of us, as a committee of the whole, so to speak, work on it. But I think it has to come to us. I think, respectfully, Susan, it should probably come from you, because you're the one who, I mean, under our council policies, you know, one member asks for an item to be put on the agenda, at least a second person has to agree to that. And of course, that's been the case here. And then last meeting, I was a third person saying, I'm all in favor of a community dialogue. So, you know, we'll take these steps incrementally. But anyway, that's my thought. That we.
Your Honor, can I ask a question of Susan tonight? I mean, Susan, do you have enough? We've had a relatively long discussion here. Do you have enough dialogue here for you to, you know, write this resolution? Have you had enough feedback from the rest of us, and of course yourself, and all the other letters and emails and conversations that we've all had?
I think I do, and I think I'm going to reach out to my Black friends and ask them, you know, what's important to them, and what would make it meaningful for them. And I can bring that back, and I may bounce it off of Sean.
Okay. So I think we have two things I think if I'm reading the council correctly, there's consensus that, is there consensus that we ask Ms. Nichols and Commander Tennyson to come back to us with what a community process, a community dialogue, a community conversation might look like? Is there consensus on that?
Your Honor, can I just say that I think that might take longer, and I don't expect that would be at the next council meeting, and maybe interim city manager Nichols would be involved, but I think we should get the new city manager involved in that too. And so it would be a little bit longer thing than the resolution coming back to us, probably at the next meeting.
Yeah, I didn't seek to put any specific timeline on it because we have so many things going on, including Mr. Ramirez starting as our new city manager on July 1. So, all right. So we have consensus on that, I'm hearing. And then secondly, then we'll hear, or we'll have a chance to consider something in writing that you would bring back to us at a future meeting. I'm going to leave it at that. Susan, was that okay? All right. I think does that conclude our conversation on this item? I think it does.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
I forgot to thank Eric for getting us this information. This was, and what I'm speaking about for the public is, Sean, I think you mentioned this report, but I really appreciate getting it, and it helps me, you know, have a better foundation. So thank you.
I should add, for anyone who is looking for that, I believe the Ventura County Sheriff's Office published that on their, I saw it on their Facebook. I think it was, I don't know if it was yesterday or today. The days are blending already. And I presume that they have it available on their website too. For anyone in the public who wants to read it.
So I have a suggestion at this point. It's 9:25 p.m. We've been in meeting since, 6:30? I'm thinking that we might want to take a 10-minute break and then come back. Everybody okay with that? All right. Let's stay. We're completed with this item. We will now go into recess and just come back at 9:35 p.m. hear me okay?
Oh, no, just making sure my tie, you know.
Selfie.
I look huge.
He was blinking. Where's Kevin?
Members here. Carmen, are we ready to start up again, or do we need to wait for council chamber?
We're ready.
We're ready. Okay. All right. So it's 9:37 p.m. Let the record reflect that council is back in session. All council members are present. Ms. Nichols, we need some guidance from you on this. It looks like we still have items 11A, 11B, and 11A, by the way, is conjoined with the Sanitary District item 4A. My thought was that we take that up first, we then go to item 11B, but I also noticed that we have this closed session 12A. What's your and then we, of course, have item 13, which is new business. Should we take the 11A of the council and item 4A of the Sand District?
Yes, I think we can start with 11A, go to 11B. We also still have the transit item to finish on the COVID-19 update.
Right, I stand corrected, but where do you want to? Would your suggestion be that we do the 12A closed session at the very end of the meeting?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So unless there's objection, let's move then to item 11A. And Mrs. Craven, I think you're probably going to want to reopen the Sand District meeting.
Right. I will now reopen the Sand District meeting and ask the record to reflect that all board members are present.
All right, thank you very much. And I think we're going to hear from Ms. Holman on this joint item. Ms. Holman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. The item before you today formalizes the fiscal year 2020-2021 compensation classification and benefits program for city and CSD employees, as well as restating the statement of understanding for certain terms and conditions of employment for all employees. As proposed, the salary and benefit structure remains unchanged from the current fiscal year with the following exceptions. Annual salary increases for employees will be suspended for fiscal year 2020-2021. The position of Senior Facilities Maintenance Assistant has been added to the classification plan, and the Executive Physical Benefit Program will end as of July 31st, 2020. The Compensation Classification and Benefits Program changes have been budgeted in the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget that was adopted on June 10th, 2020. Tonight, that we're asking you to consider resolutions for both city and the Sanitary District, to adopt the resolution setting the Compensation Classification and Benefits Program and approving statements of understanding for the terms and conditions of employment for employees. That concludes the presentation, unless you have any questions.
Do council members have any questions for Ms. Holman? All right. If there are no questions, let's have some discussion and hopefully an action. And we can either do this motion, Mrs. Craven, with the Sand District first, followed by the council, or vice versa. I don't really.
I'll make a motion for the council.
Okay.
Adopt a resolution setting the compensation classification and benefits program and approving a statement of understanding for the terms and conditions of employment for city employees effective July 1st, 2020.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the council item. Jeffrey, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion
Is
carries.
there a motion for the Camarillo Sanitary? Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted and nobody heard your.
The motion
The
carries
city clerk.
unanimously.
Is there a motion for the Sanitary District?
I'll move that.
I'll second.
Motion is second for the Sanitary District. Could we have a roll call, please?
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Director Santangelo,
Yes.
Director Mulchay,
Yes.
Secretary Kildee,
Yes.
Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion
And with
carries.
that, I will close the meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board.
Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Okay, then that's going to bring us to item 11B, amendment to agreement for custodial services. Mr. Thomas?
Yes, good evening, Your Honor and members of the City Council. I'm John Thomas, Interim Director of Administrative Services. The item before you tonight is to consider a third amendment to our existing contract for custodial services that would extend the contract for 1 year. This contract currently covers custodial services for City Hall, Corporation Yard, the library, and Camarillo Ranch House facilities. This item would normally be under the consent calendar, but being that some of the council may be seeing this contract for the first time and due to a couple of details staff would like to highlight, it has been included as a departmental item. Some of the numbers flow. Might be helpful to follow the table that's found on page 2 of the report. But originally, this contract was awarded in May of 2017 to Coastal Building Services, CBS, as a 3-year contract at a total 3-year contracted cost of $409,392. After the award of the contract, and at the time the quarterly cleanings were being scheduled, CBS indicated to us that the bid they submitted did not correctly state the quarterly cleaning costs. That's that the costs were not included. But they did agree to honor their bid as submitted, and CBS has been performing quarterly cleanings at no additional cost to the city since 2017. Quarterly cleanings include carpet cleaning, window washing, and hard floor treatment like waxing the tile floors in the lobby of City Hall. During the contract's term, 2 amendments were made. The first amendment in December 2018 addressed minimum wage increases and brought the total contracted cost to $428,112. When the city took over maintenance of the Camarillo Ranch facility in fall of last year, a second amendment in October of 2019 added custodial services to the Camarillo Ranch facility, bringing the total contracted cost to $471,326. As the term of the 3-year contract was coming to an end, staff began the process of rebidding this contract to obtain better competitive pricing. It was during this time that COVID-19 health emergency was declared. With city facilities closed to the public and many businesses also closed, the mandatory job walks with potential vendors at various facilities could not be held. The decision was made to obtain a quote from CBS for a 1-year contract extension with pricing for both with and without quarterly services. CBS submitted quotes for this 1 additional year for each facility with quarterly services totaling $232,646. That's just for this 1-year additional that would be included in this amendment. The quote without quarterly services totaled $200,742, a difference of $31,904. Both quotes include 6 months of 2020 minimum wage increases and 6 months of the 2021 minimum wage increases and a CPI adjustment. To reduce costs for fiscal year 2021, staff suggests amending the contract to remove quarterly cleanings and avoid the additional cost of $31,904. If, during the fiscal year, we see that 1 or more of these services is needed, and if time permits, the work can be performed by city facility staff or procured through a separate vendor if the work cannot be absorbed. During fiscal year 2021, staff will be requesting authority to solicit bids for a new multi-year custodial services contract, at which time we'll be also including the Camarillo Sanitary District Reclamation Plant facility. Sufficient funds are budgeted in the fiscal year 2021 in each of the facility accounts. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Thomas? Mrs. Craven.
Could you tell us again what the quarterly services are?
So the quarterly services include window washing, hard floor treatment, and carpet cleaning.
Question, Your Honor.
Mr. Kilty.
Yeah, Mr. Thomas, when I'm down there, it looks to me, and I get down there, I'm down there at some relatively different hours. Let's just keep it at that. It looks like they're working pretty hard, and they're doing their due diligence. And how would you suggest and kind of analyze the quality of their work with this contract?
We've been happy with this contractor over the course of the past 10 or so years. They've probably been one of the better contractors we've worked with in terms of the work product and quality.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Thomas? Mr. Mulchay.
Mr. Thomas, the increase from this current year to next year, is that just due to minimum wage increases?
It also includes a CPI increase as well.
Should the relative increase be, or should the increase be relative to the original dollar amount? I'm wondering if there's anything. I'm looking at numbers like the. See if you can follow with me. I think page 2, under the amendment history for this current period under annual City Hall, it says, I'm rounding here, but $33,500 versus the annual Cam Ranch is $37,000. Rounding again, $37,000. When I go down to the next line for this coming year, for 2020, 2021, the annual Cam Ranch costs only increased by $900, but the annual City Hall increased by approximately $2,800, even though this annual City Hall is less than the annual Cam Ranch. So there's a disproportionate increase relative to what those numbers were to what they are now. I was curious as to why that might be.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand. So I'm looking, let's say, for City Hall, $33,438, increasing to $36,264, and you're looking at that difference versus in the Cam Ranch, $37,100 to the $38 and $4, and how that's a little disproportionate.
Yeah, so I was curious as to why the numbers are disproportionately increasing for each of the two respective facilities.
So when we priced out each of those facilities, the CBS lists just the number of hours and computes that rate, and I think it might have just been, I think when they may have just added a bit more for City Hall because of the, just maybe it felt the hours might need to increase to accommodate, when
reflect what they're actually spending.
When they originally do, a bid, or, they're working in the facility, they learn that facility a little bit better, and then when they have another chance to update numbers, then sometimes their now knowledge of the work improves, and so they tune up the number of hours they think it takes to handle the job.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? If not, do I hear a motion?
Your Honor, I'll move the suggested action.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the suggested action. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Craven?
Yes.
Councilmember Kildee?
Yes.
Councilmember Mulchay?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That concludes item 11B. I think it would be appropriate at this point to go back to item 14A, Ms. Nichols, back to our COVID-19 issues, and recognize Mr. Klossel for his presentation on some transit issues.
Your Honor, this item contains recommendations on the trolley, and they're mixed in with the transit system. So I believe that under the the letter I received from the FTPC, I need to recuse myself at this point.
If I could interject, Mr. Mayor, for a little information on the item, I'll be given a general update status and then seeking council direction, and we've broken that into two sections. The first being on non-trolley items, and then we can break for, I believe, Councilmember Craven and Kildee to recuse themselves to consider a recommendation regarding the trolley services.
Thank you, Mr. Klossel. Can we just get a little bit of guidance from Mr. Pierik on this?
Yes, I think that as long as the staff report is broken out as it's been described, and the trolley is not discussed in the first portion, as I understand it, Mr. Klossel, the first portion will be non-trolley, and then when you're ready to transition into trolley, you'll let everybody know so that council members Craven and Kildee can recuse themselves.
Right.
And I was just going by the slides that were presented to us because I see trolley on the first one, trolley on the second one, and trolley on the third one. So if the discussion is on the trolley, then I think we're not part of it.
Right. It's information being provided, not for council discussion on those on those first slides. It's presentation of information as a status update.
Well, all right. So if you've included trolley within those slides, then the two council members are going to need to recuse themselves. It doesn't matter whether they're talking about it. If you're making a presentation on it, they can't be attending. So they'll need to recuse now.
So I will say that I am having to recuse myself because my husband and I own property that is within 500 feet of a trolley stop.
I also have to recuse myself because there's a trolley stop within 500 feet of the business that I rent at the Las Cosas Plaza.
All right, so we'll excuse Mr. Kildee and Mrs. Craven at this point. I would just make an observation for the future that if we could truly do a two-part presentation that didn't cause to have two of our members have to recuse themselves, I'd really appreciate it. This is unfortunate because you now only have 3 council members for all these issues in toto, and that's just an unfortunate way to go from a presentation and a information and discussion standpoint. So anyway, with that in mind, Mr. Klossel, I guess you'll take us with beginning on slide number 1.
Yes, thank you. So a brief update on transit, and then like I mentioned, I'll be asking for some specific direction from council as to moving forward. So the Camarillo area transit services were modified back on March 25th, 2020 as the COVID pandemic unfolded in an effort to reduce the potential transmission of COVID-19, especially among higher risk riders and drivers. The modifications included free fares for all continuing operating services, with no change to the ADA and senior dial-a-ride and fixed route services, and the general purpose dial-a-ride and trolley services were suspended. As the stay-at-home orders have been eased and businesses have been reopening, there's been an increase in ridership on the transit services remaining in operation, slight as it may be, but there has been an increase in usage of the transit services that are still in operations, and requests are now being received for additional transit services to be added back in, mainly general purpose dial-a-ride. Several other transit agencies in the county have been returning to normal levels of service, some to full level, others still with some modified routes. But several cities are returning to full service, City of Thousand Oaks, City of Moore Park. And at this time, staff is proposing to return Camry area transit services to normal pre-COVID levels of service, beginning on July 1st, with resuming general purpose dial-a-ride and trolley services. We'll provide extensive notification to the public with postings in vehicles and via our website and Facebook, and communications with the dispatcher at RATP will also include the information for resuming services if approved tonight on July 1st. As we re-implement the trolley route, we'll be using the CAT bus instead of the trolley vehicle as previously discussed. We propose to continue free fares for all services through July 12th and then resume collecting fares on July 13th with the trolley remaining free at this point. This schedule provides sufficient time for notification and then for riders to be able to purchase the bus passes that we offer, which are quite popular as a mode of payment. And that works really well, especially for a contact-free mode of payment of fare. As far as implementing a trolley fare, that is going to require a public hearing, which would be part of future council actions, as we are going to be coming back to council with the continued discussion on transit services, modifications to those, including modifications possibly to the trolley route, including the implementation of a fare. Social distancing on the services will continue, and including limiting the number of riders on vehicles to achieve the social distancing, following the guidelines regarding face masks, and continuing the sanitization of the vehicles. The vehicles are being outfitted with plastic barrier screen between the driver and passengers to accomplish separation there. Drivers are required to wear face masks as they operate the vehicles with passengers on board. And we'll be implementing and continue to implement and further enhance a contact-free fare collection box system on the vehicles. Some additional information is that with resuming services to pre-COVID levels, as included in the amendment that was previously approved with RATP, for the CARES Act funding reimbursement to RATP would be discontinued effective July 1st. That was the reimbursement for lost revenue using CARES Act funding. That amendment provides that once services go back to pre-COVID levels, that reimbursement would discontinue. We are currently working through the details for the April costs and reimbursement, and then there will be May and June coming also that is going to be submitted by RATP for consideration for reimbursement. And then staff will be returning, as I already mentioned, to council at a future meeting in the near future to continue the presentation and consideration of cost-saving adjustments to Camry area transit services, to continue that discussion. We don't have a date certain yet on a council meeting, but as early as possible in the new coming fiscal year. Ideally, with council here in chambers, with a discussion would enhance and promote a full discussion. So we'll see if that timing works out to come back when council is meeting again in chambers. So at this point, the recommendations are seeking council direction on resuming general purpose dial-a-ride service on July 1st with no fares collected until July 13th, at which time the normal fare will be collected. Also, recommendation to resume trolley service also on July 1st, which will remain free with no fares collected as has been in the past. So that concludes the information and the two recommendations before council for consideration.
All right. Susan or Sean, any questions of Dave? Sean, why don't you go ahead and start?
Dave, you said the trolley is going to get, assuming everything resumes July 1st, the trolley will be replaced with a cab bus?
That's correct. We'd be using one of our larger what we call cutaway bus. So there'll be plenty of room on there. Most, we feel for the ridership available to accomplish distancing, but using one of our larger regular CAT buses, not the trolley vehicle.
Where does that place the status of the trolley lease then? And does staff anticipate changing that or doing away with the trolley lease?
Yes, actually, the adopted budget for starting July 1 is structured to discontinue the lease of the trolley. So as was previously directed by council to make that change, that's been implemented through our budgeting process where the trolley lease is no longer a part of the contract with RATP.
Okay. And sorry, one follow-up. If you said once services came back to normalcy, resumed normalcy, then RAPDEV would no longer be eligible to apply for the CARES Act reimbursement funding to the city. Is that at all affected or dependent upon whether or not the fares are being collected? So would that really be July 1st or would that be July 13th when we start resuming the collection of fares? Because I know that those are used to offset costs.
Right. Yeah, good point. And the fares are actually a pretty small portion of the amount of revenue that comes in. So it'll really depend on. I mean, we can take a look at that point at July. With the revenue hours going up because they'll be back in service, likely their revenue is going to be at or above expenses, so there will be no lost revenue to reimburse for, is the assumption at this point. Again, until we have the numbers in front of us, will we know how that plays out. But that is how the amendment is written, based on that fact that when we return to service, the ridership and the revenue hours should be there to return. It probably won't bounce back right away to normal ridership levels. As I mentioned, we have been, even in May, we did see a slight bump up over April. As things started reopening, more people out there. Ridership did bump up on the essentially the ADA services, and some on the fixed route. So anyway, that being said, it's going to be a gradual increase back to normal, and then I think we have some flexibility there to look at what the true numbers in July look like. But the agreement does provide to discontinue the reimbursement when we reinstate the service.
Okay. I think I had one question on the tip of my tongue, and I've since forgotten it, but I'll remember here in a minute.
If you remember, we'll go back to you. Thanks. Susan, questions?
Sean stole my question, so I'm good.
Okay, I've got a couple. So Dave, for VCTC, bus ridership is down approximately 85%. Metrolink ridership is down 90%. In the PowerPoint that you provided us, you have an increased request for service. What specifically has that request, what kind of volume of requests have been received?
I mean, comparing it to the amount of requests that we get throughout a normal year for additional services or just communication from the ridership out there, which isn't a whole lot on a normal basis. So in comparison to that, we've gotten quite a few requests compared to that level of that low level of normal communication from the ridership, and largely because that general purpose dial-a ride service was totally cut 100%. And those are the requests that we've been getting. I don't have exact numbers. It's probably around 10 or not. So as far as the percentage of the population or percentage of total rides in a given month, it's relatively low. But the fact that we are hearing, for hey, when is this service going to start back up? I've used it before to get to work, or, the availability for non-senior or non-ADA to take it to go shopping. Those are the kinds of requests that we're hearing now. And again, percentage-wise, it's not real high, but we are getting requests.
What would happen, hypothetically, if we were to wait until August 1st or September 1st to resume this?
Simply those that are requesting and would use the service now would have to wait or find alternative, Uber or Lyft. And like I said, also, we're not going to bounce back to the full level of ridership immediately. The general purpose dial ride is a demand response. We only give the rides and then are charged the revenue hours based on those rides that are scheduled. The effect would be those riders that would like to use the service now would have to wait longer. So in line with knowing that there have been some requests, and also with other agencies moving back towards partial or largely full transit services, we're comparing, looking at that also countywide.
Is it accurate to believe, though, too, that from a CARES Act funding standpoint, because of the CARES Act funding that the city recently received this spring, that buys us about another, from that point, it buys us at least through fiscal year 2020/21 to wrestle with some of these really difficult cost decisions, transit cost decisions.
Yes.
Is that still an accurate way to think of it?
Yes, that's correct. It is 100% CARES Act funding for all transit service costs this fiscal year, or this coming fiscal year starting July 1.
So the increased cost, it's about $3.7 million, if I remember correctly. That was the city's share of the funds going out through VCTC.
Correct.
So is it fair to believe that the increased costs of reinstatement of these services would be met entirely through CARES Act funding?
That's correct, and there's actually going to be a decrease in the amount of reimbursement that we will have been giving to RATP of CARES Act money for, that's April, May, and June, right? So there are expenses, if you will, to offset those lost revenues to RATP. That will either go away or be drastically reduced in come July, offset then by the revenue hour costs for the rides that are then provided with this reinstatement of the services.
Okay. One of the things that causes me some discomfort is, I don't like kicking cans down the road, and we've got some really fundamental decisions to make on transit and on our costs for transit. But I think you articulated a few minutes ago that your intention was to come back to us soon on these decisions. Can you be more specific? Are you coming back to us in July or August or when?
Again, we haven't nailed it down, date certain. It will not be July 8th, so then that would leave the earliest would be the July 22nd, I believe, 8 and 14, yep, 22nd. And then the next would be August, the one meeting at the end of August. We've had some, with Greg Ramirez coming on board, we had some preliminary discussions on this item with him. And definitely the need to incorporate that full discussion and review with him on where we've been, what we've done so far, what we still need to pull together for a full data set, if you will, for council consideration, along with, we want to come back with some solid, well thought through recommendations for council to consider, along with the ideas and of council that we can consider also. But so that's why we're really not far enough along yet to give a date certain on that.
Okay, that's That's fair, and I understand. And you've got to take the appropriate amount of time, particularly with Mr. Ramirez coming in July 1st, in order for staff to do that. Let me give you another hypothetical, which I hate giving. What happens if we go backwards on COVID-19 and there's a resurge, and we go back, God forbid, to a phase 1 scenario? In that instance, do we have the ability contractually and otherwise to go ahead and scale back on these services? If we resume them July 1, could we scale them back contractually?
I believe so. I mean, it would be the same scenario that we found ourselves in on making that choice in the first place, I believe. I can't think of anything that would keep us from doing that again if needed, especially driven by, response to the COVID situation.
Okay, so there would be no impediment. In other words, if God forbid we had to go in that direction, right, we could do it. Yeah. Right. Okay. So isn't this really a choice then? I guess the way I'm seeing it tonight is you're basically asking us to return service to a pre-COVID pandemic level, but the very large, significant transit and cost decisions related to transit, we're not going to make for another, 60 days or whatever, right? I mean, this is just simply return, and I use the term simply advisedly because it has cost implications, et cetera. But that's really what this is all about in a nutshell, right?
Yes, exactly. And one item also is, and I would still recommend moving forward with both general purpose and trolley, but as we always do, we monitor ridership. We're in close communication with RITP, the dispatch, their management team, and we can, especially the trolley, continue to monitor if it makes sense to keep providing that service, based on level of ridership. I mean, if the trolley just gets jam-packed with people that we're not able to accomplish what we're continuing to hear is moving forward with these things in a safe manner with social distancing and masks. And if that becomes problematic, by all means, we'd look at it makes sense to discontinue the trolley again. So that's a definite something that we'll definitely be monitoring.
Well, I understand that. I'm a little, I'm disappointed that we don't have Mrs. Craven and Mr. Kildee with us here on the issue of the general purpose dial ride, putting aside trolley, because I remember our last discussion, we had quite a robust discussion, I think a difference of opinion on what we ought to be doing relative to that issue. I think on general purpose dial ride anyway. Susan?
I think you're correct, but I think that was in terms of making more permanent changes to transit as a whole. I'm looking at this as kind of what you just summarized in terms of right now we're just going back to pre-COVID, and then at some point we're going to be hopefully having a much deeper discussion about dial ride in general.
And I agree with you 100%, Susan. I think for that decision, we really need Charlotte and Kevin back here without being encumbered by this conflicts issue. Yeah. So, all right. That ends my questions. Any other questions? Sean?
You actually asked the one that was on the tip of my tongue about more specificity in regards to when staff is hoping to come back. It's going to be I remember about a month ago, you guys said it should be within the first quarter of this new next fiscal year.
Yes.
You still hold to that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the trolley, because you kind of just jogged my thought process, with the trolley, if there are a considerable amount of people who are riding it, how do we maintain social distancing on that? Or, maybe you already said it, are we requiring masks of riders who ride the trolley? And is it going to be, and if so, is that going to be where we require them to have a mask in order to board, or are we going to provide them one if they don't have one?
Yeah, the plan is not to provide masks. And and that's where it comes down to the whole mask discussion on can a driver enforce it? The enforceability of the mask provision. It varies across the transit industry, with most of our neighbors strongly encouraging the use of masks, and we've seen compliance, and that's the goal, is compliance with the ridership, and we've seen that. And so we don't expect there to be an issue of non-compliance with the masks. Especially with the ADA rides and the FTA rules and regulations about that, while they're not specific, it gets touchy on the decision whether or not we can refuse a ride to an ADA. I believe Carmen wants to mention something.
I just wanted to advise council that in the guidance for the use of face coverings, waiting for or riding on public transportation or paratransit or while in a taxi, private car service, or ride-sharing vehicle is a requirement. It's considered a high-risk situation, and so face coverings by the state guidelines would be required. So my recommendation would be that we make every attempt to ensure that riders do have it, because then we are left with that enforcement issue of what do we do when someone boards that, and what kind of situation will a driver find himself in when that situation does occur. Now, Mr. Kettle from VCTC had mentioned this in the past, that this was a concern for VCTC, and other city managers have also shared that, the enforcement. What do? Do you leave a passenger out there waiting if they refuse to wear a mask? That was pre-state guidelines. So I think we have at least guidelines now that require it, where that we can use. But I think we're going to have to play by ear on what passengers are doing. Are they being respectful to each other and using the face covering? So that's an issue for us to test out. And I guess I would suggest that we talk to Thousand Oaks and find out some of the challenges that they may be having, and the city of Moore Park as well. But I also would suggest that we do have a stock of masks so that we're not left in that situation. So there's a couple those things we'll need to massage over here with staff if this is something that's approved by council. But I think that we can, at minimum, have masks available for those passengers who may not.
Yeah, I would recommend that we do, because that is the one thing that may diffuse a rather hostile situation amongst people. Even if one individual refuses to wear a mask, doesn't have a mask, or is refusing to wear a mask, or just say they don't have a mask, they're upset about it. If we let them on public transit with a whole trolley full of people who do have them and do share that concern about it, now at the other side of that equation is, what do all those other people do who are on it, who do have masks, and who are concerned about the guy who's not and refuses to put one on? Then you have a potential conflict. Now, obviously, this whole thing has been a social experiment in people's patience and willingness to cooperate with one another. So if it's simply a driver having a few masks on hand to where they can provide one to someone who's using the excuse, I don't have one, but I still want to ride, then at least we have an opportunity to kind of diffuse it. Yeah.
All right. With that, Susan?
I just wanted to add, not only are there the state guidelines just for the general use of face masks, but as a business, in order for them to open, they have their guidelines. So there's really, not that it helps with the enforcement piece of it, but, as a business, they're required to make sure that their passengers are wearing masks as well. So I don't know if that helps anything, but are they also marking seats off inside to keep people spread out?
Not at this time with the services that are being provided. I believe basically the rides are limited to either one person in the vehicle or the larger vehicle. If there's two people, then there's room to space out and not a need to mark off. But we'll need to look at implementing that for the trolley vehicle and make sure that distancing is accomplished.
Okay, thanks.
So, unless there are other questions, my thought would maybe we deal with each of these ad seriatim, recommendation number 1 and recommendation number 2. Does that sound okay to everybody? Because I think you want this in the form of a motion, correct, Mr. Klotzel?
Yes, I believe so.
Ms. Nichols?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Does anyone have a motion with regard to recommendation number 1?
I will move that we reinstate general purpose dial-a-ride services to pre-COVID-19 status.
And may I inquire, Susan, that would be pursuant to the PowerPoint slide on the terms that staff has outlined?
Correct.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second on recommendation number 1. Jeffrey, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries.
All right. Do I hear a motion on recommendation number 2?
Sure. I will make a motion, staff's recommendation number 2, reinstate trolley services to pre-COVID-19 status as outlined in the PowerPoint presentation to council.
And I'll second.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion and a second on recommendation number 2. Jeffrey, please call the roll.
Councilmember Molche?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo?
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay?
Yes.
That motion carries.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Klotzel, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. We're back to Mrs. Craven and Mr. Khalid. Yes, I'm sorry?
So if I decide to buy some property within 500 feet of a trolley stop and I recuse myself, does that mean that we can't conduct any business now?
Draw straws again.
We're going
right. That's right.
We're going to turn to Mr. Pierrick and draw lots or draw straws. So, okay. We only have a little bit left. We have closed session under item 12A, but I think why don't we have the only other open session item is item 13, new business, correct?
Correct.
I think we've covered everything else. Ms. Nichols, we covered everything else?
Yes, I believe so.
I think we covered everything else. So why don't we go to item 13A, any new business or communications from the city manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, I wanted to take this opportunity to remind the council, the public, and our staff that Mr. Greg Ramirez is joining our team effective July 1. So he will be on board, and we've had an opportunity, that the executive team and others have had an opportunity to meet with Mr. Ramirez, who's given us his attention and his time. So we're really appreciative of that, because we've had an opportunity to discuss some of those hot issues, those hot topic issues, transit being one of them. So I appreciate the council's support with staff on delaying some of these items, because it is very important that he be involved in them. So that is one of our items that we're looking at as a priority and that we're hoping to accomplish within the first quarter. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues and City Council for all your support during this interim period. We've done a lot of work. We've had a lot of heavy matters happen in this very brief period of time. But I'm very thankful to have such a strong team, both in our executive team, our city staff, and our council. So that is the only item I have. But again, I want to thank you all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pierrick, any comments for us?
No, I have no comments tonight.
All right. Let's move to council comments. Who'd like to go first? Mr. Mulchay, followed by Mrs. Craven.
All right. I'll try to be brief. Thursday, June 11th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting. Saturday, June 13th, I attended a soft opening, or kind of a private opening for the Twisted Oak, which is a new restaurant in Old Town. Ventura Boulevard is the old location of the old J.J. Brewski's. There's been a whole number of things. But Jeff Walker, for anyone watching, and most of you guys in the council probably all know who Jeff Walker is. He was formerly a managing partner of J.J. Brewski's, went off, started at Twisted Oak in Agora Hills, and now he's come back to Camarillo and opened second location of Twisted Oak. Drinks are exquisite, menu is terrific. They were abiding by all the social distancing, did a great job. I really appreciate it so much. My wife and I went back this last weekend as well. And so it's quite a time to open a new business, and I wish them all the luck in the world. But I know if anyone's going to pull it off at that location at this time, it's going to be Jeff Walker. Thursday, June 18th, I attended an EDC board meeting. Another shout out, Saturday, June 20th, I went to Cycle Bar. I went to a gym for the first time. And they also did a terrific job of changing things up to abide by social distancing. I talked to a few people. Everyone felt very comfortable there. So that was great. Tuesday, June 23rd, yesterday, I attended an investment committee meeting. A few things to note. Carmen already touched on it, but Carmen, I want to thank you and staff in helping us through this transition. You guys have all been pivotal. I know that when Dave Norman turned in announced his retirement, I don't think any of us thought that what was going to follow was going to be this. But the way you and staff have really handled this whole situation and the transition with everything that's been going on has been extraordinary. So I really do. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you for staff. You guys really helped keep the ship, afloat and headed in the right direction. I do want two quick things here. July 4th, obviously, we as a council had for obvious health reasons, have decided to cancel the July 4th fireworks show. So I know that's going to result in more people choosing to light their own fireworks in neighborhoods. I want to remind everyone that those are illegal fireworks. They are not to be lit in the neighborhood and or anywhere in Camarillo for that matter. There's an inherent fire risk that comes with using them. Obviously, it scares the bejesus out of animals and neighbors, my dog included. And I've already been receiving several calls and emails from concerned residents who are reporting that their neighbors are already lighting them off. I would appreciate some communication from the city. Maybe Michelle can put out some notices reminding people of some suggestions of how they can celebrate July 4th, and that fireworks in the city of Camarillo is illegal, and obviously and clear the fallout. You may be enjoying fireworks, but you're frightening the neighborhood animals, and you're putting if you're anywhere near the hillsides or whatnot, there's an inherent fire risk. My own suggestion is on July 3rd, Disney Plus is going to release the Broadway show Hamilton, and so I encourage everyone to just Disney Plus and chill or whatever and enjoy Hamilton and watch that because it's an amazing Broadway show. And it has an awesome soundtrack. So I'm going to celebrate July 4th by watching Hamilton. I hope everyone else does too. Have a great July 4th.
Thank you. Let's see. Who's next? Mrs. Craven.
I attended an airport authority meeting on the 11th, which was very interesting. I don't know if Mr. Mulchay was Zooming or just sitting in there, but if you were Zooming, it was different. I attended the RDP board meeting on the 18th, And today I attended a Contract Cities Association Legislative Committee, and all of those were on Zoom. I read a notice today that starting in October, the, what's it called? The Pacific Surfliner from San Luis Obispo to San Diego, the train will only be running 3 times a week instead of daily. Amtrak is cutting back every place because of federal funding. At the RDP board meeting, Selena Zacharias told us that in the fall, and I hadn't known this before, but in the fall, Cal State Channel Islands will be virtual. No students will be on campus at least till spring semester, and they're going to play it by ear, how it goes then. I do love being able to go back to my gym. They have modified. I've been there 5 times, and it's great. I love it. So I'm really happy that they're opening more and more things up, and they have modified my gym in such a way that you could be close to somebody, but everybody's watching where they're going, and they have everything marked one way, and it works really well, and a lot of things are blocked off. But the gym I go to has a lot of equipment, so everybody can participate in anything they want, except classes. No classes yet. I want to thank Carmen for stepping up and being our interim city manager for 6 weeks. It was a tough time with the COVID-19 stuff and the budget, but we got through it all, and thank you. You did a good job in leadership. And I also want to wish everybody a safe and sane 4th of July.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Susan?
Okay. Well, you guys are brave. I'm not brave enough to go to a gym. I have an elliptical in my garage that needs to be put together. So let's see. On Tuesday, the 23rd, yesterday, I attended the investment committee. Barely. I was busy at work and forgot. But I got there. I was only, 6 minutes late? I want to thank you too, Carmen. It felt like every week there was something new, just like what more could happen. And, not only did Dave leave, but Tully left, and there were just so many changes. And you've been amazing to work with. The whole team has. I think there were a lot of meetings, a lot of time, and it feels good to sort of be on this side of it right now. I mean, I know it's still happening, but I think a lot of that was due to your leadership, and I really appreciate all your hard work and our conversations. I, too, have received a number of complaints about fireworks. And actually, as Sean was talking about them, I was hearing them right out here on Las Posas, which is right, below the Heights. So I've also been reading a lot that this is like a phenomenon that's happening across the country. This isn't just Camarillo. So I don't really understand what it's all about. But I'm pleased. I don't want a fire to be, another tragedy on top of what we're already dealing with. And my poor cats. My cats are just jumping off the walls every time they go off. But it really, it's like actually over the weekend they started during like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And happy 4th of July. And I want to thank my colleagues here for having tough conversations. I really appreciate what we did tonight and last meeting. So I look forward to more of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Who's next? Mr. Kildee.
Yeah, I want to start off by thanking Carmen for being the interim, and you're an amazing young lady, Carmen, and you're going to incredible employee, and I'm very proud of you. Very tough time. I mean, we couldn't have asked a person to come in at a tougher time, with the possible exception of when Mrs. Craven can remember back when we had lost that money, and then the recession we went through in the 2000 and 2008 were challenging, but this was extremely challenging, and you were very professional, and you did an outstanding job. I just can't give you more superlatives. One of the best that I've ever had the pleasure of seeing your work in action. I did attend a VRSD meeting. These are challenging times, and the city of Camarillo has done very well during this COVID, but we're not out of the woods yet. And I've been reading several articles, emails, and apparently Disneyland's going to delay its July opening now. And Disneyland is going to open, you know it's serious. We've gotten it here. We have to take this, double down, take this very seriously here. We don't want to have to, revisit this and close businesses down. That's not where any of us want to go. I know that we don't want to do that. But we have to be careful with what we do, social distancing, the mask, washing your hands. That can go a long way in this. Just make really conscious decisions here about what you do. Sean, I haven't seen it happen yet. I'm looking for the ticket. I don't know. Maybe you busy yet. I don't know. But I'm looking forward to seeing that. I really am. It's supposed to be great, and I hope I'm able to do that. That's a really good idea you had. Celebrating the 4th of July for the last 2 weeks. So we're be careful with that, with animals, and other reasons we always have the hopefully we don't have as much of that. But I guess this year we'll find out whether or not that is actually true or not. I want to thank the council, too, for the robust discussion. It was a very difficult discussion and difficult, issue. I do have daughters, and I've had several discussions with them on this matter, and yes, it is uncomfortable, but it's necessary. And we can do a better job, and I have every confidence that we will do a better job. Again, if, I'm not going to apply for any of the grants for loans that the council approved tonight here, but I will plug in if you can shop local. I know there are jurisdictions that are putting the foot forward, trying to shop local here and have the tax dollars in the community if possible, and buy everything locally, unless you can. I would encourage everybody to do. And I want to again thank Jerry Olson for years of service here on the ranch board. An incredible person, as all of them have served throughout the years have been. And, we started out, we really didn't know this was going to be. We were kind of playing by the seat of our pants and whatnot. And 21 years later, we have really what we have here. So that's all I have. Happy 40, everybody. It's going to be that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Let me just start with meetings. On June 11, I had a board of directors meeting for the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, the statewide board. On June 12, Metrolinx contract operations and maintenance and safety committee meeting. And on the same day, a special meeting of the board of directors for Fox Canyon GMA, which always brings a smile to Charlotte's face. On June, with all of our years of service to that entity, on June 15th, I had another Metrolink meeting for ad hoc for fuel hedging committee. And it's a very, very substantial issue with millions of dollars at stake regarding fuel hedging and the utilization of fuel hedging contracts by Metrolink and other major transit providers is a very substantial issue. So been working on that. And then today I had another Fox Canyon GMA regular board meeting today. Carmen, I want to thank you for just doing an exemplary job. You are thoroughly professional, delightful to work with. I can't imagine a more difficult situation to come into that you had these last several weeks, particularly on budget and COVID-19 and all kinds of things going on, but you've handled yourself really well. I want to thank staff and your executive staff. I think they have handled themselves extremely well. It has truly been a team effort that I've observed from my vantage point, and it's been it's really been a privilege to see you work, and we certainly are going to welcome Greg Ramirez coming in July 1st, and I think he is coming into a situation where he has a very, very strong executive team. So thank you again for all of your efforts. Happy July 4th to everyone. I also want to thank my council colleagues for having a good, honest, respectful dialogue tonight on an issue that's difficult. But I think one of the things that distinguishes this council, and which I'm proud of, is how we approach issues and how we treat one another respectfully. And I think it sets us apart from a lot of other entities that don't enjoy that same good level of honest communication. So I want to thank you because tonight, the primary topic tonight was about the most difficult topic you could have a discussion on. And I also think that happens to bode well for community conversations going forward on this topic. So with that, we should go ahead and recess at this point and go. We have one item for closed session, which is item 12A. Mr. Pierrick, I think you already made an announcement on this one, but do you want to do an announcement again on it?
Yes, I could do that. This would be a closed session with regards to labor negotiations. The negotiators are listed in the agenda and is involving city employees.
Okay. Thank you very much. At this point, then, we will go ahead and recess immediately into closed session. Thank you.